Chapter 1017, Her. Chapter 1017, Her. Proofreader, Papatonks. Senior brother. Senior brother. On that sunny afternoon, what should have held a measly 10,000 disciples, the stage on Beneath Heaven Island was packed with over 5 times that. There were fervent faces anywhere one looked, holding out 2 spiritual weapons and clanging them together in an unhealthy cheer for the one and only Ouyang. Chongqing Zhuofan wore an eagle mask as he looked around the literal mob, shouting in one voice, bursting his eardrums, and his only reaction was his twitching face. The fool is the master of the stage. Just the mood alone is enough to bore down on the Western Lands group. Ha ha ha, with this being the Sun Sea Bright Sex home, Ouyang Chongqing is like the big bad boss. A guard next to him nodded. Zhuofan mocked, while true, this is clearly overdoing it. Sometimes, the more you hype it, the more it makes you look like a thug who's overcompensating for something. Even if he wins now, it'll have the vibe of having gotten his way and not that of the modest man striving to do better. In the end, youth is impulsive. Sir, you sound like a droning senile. Another guard teased. Zhuofan sighed. It's called experience that ages the mind and reins in the raging hormones of youth. But this is how youth should be, rash and crazy. To stand out, one must copy Ouyang Chongqing here, to grow wings, to pave their future, and to be oblivious to the dangers of the world. He only wants to excel, disregarding anyone and anything, making him very susceptible to a crooked and deceptive path. As for the old, they have too many things and take measured steps forward lest they lose it all. This brings about a tranquility to them. While youth is easy prey to deception due to their ignorance, the shrewd seniors have their cautious possess them. Being afraid to lose anything, taking hold of just a bit will gain control of them. Thank you, sir, for these words of wisdom. The guard bowed. I see sir acting with force and also making leaps forward. I wonder in which category sir falls? Zhuofan chuckled. Old, ha ha ha, I'm an old demon through and through. If so, sir, I see nothing that could make you relinquish control. That's because I'm hiding it well, out of sight of any prying eyes. Showing my weakness will be no different than presenting my neck. Many oldies notice, but I do it particularly well. Ha ha ha, are you guys planning something for me? No, never, we only listen to the second young master's words. Sir is wise beyond your years, and we're lucky to hear your guidance. The guard bowed again. Zhuofan shook his head. Wu Randong had gone through a hard time and wants revenge, which means he doesn't trust anyone. He had you follow me to find out about me, didn't he? Though I don't mind. If I can't even hide my secrets from you guys, an oldie like me is better off retiring while he's ahead. Sir, we would never. Everyone bowed. Zhuofan didn't mind it. His eyes flashing. Ouyang Chongqing finally appeared before them, looking startled at Zhuofan's mask. Steward Qian, what's with the new look? Ha ha ha, young Master Ouyang, I'm just playing with my daughter and lost. Now she made me wear this ugly mask for the day. Zhuofan pointed at Qiaoer as he said. Ouyang Chongqing gave him a long look, then mocked. Why take any game with a child seriously? Having come to my grand performance, you ought to cheer for me. You're only making others laugh with that childish mask. You better take it off. Ouyang Chongqing reached for it. Hands off. Father promised me. If you don't like it, shoo. Qiaoer shouted, stepping between them. Zhuofan dodged as well with a smile. Forgive me, young master, I have given my word. I am a father that needs to set an example for my child. Oh, Steward Qian is a great father, putting parenting first. Ouyang Chongqing gave a nod of admiration. It takes me back to my own father, who also used to coax me in my childhood, saying he'd let me ride his shoulders. And later. There is no later. He lied to me, never holding his word all these years. Ouyang Chongqing gave a long sigh. That's why I hate liars the most. Last night Yen Mo lied to me, and today I'm going to give Western Lands a lesson they won't soon forget. Zhuofan looked stunned, then nodded. Oh, young Master Ouyang had such a sad childhood. It pains me to hear it. Yeah, I never told anyone about this. You're the first. Patting Zhuofan's shoulders, Ouyang Chongqing glanced at Xiaoer, then at him with seriousness. Promise me you will never lie to her. I will. Zhuofan gave a bitter smile after giving him one last hopeful look. Ouyang Chongqing left. Zhuofan found his attitude quite funny from where he was standing, commenting, "Every little devil has a painful past." No wonder Ouyang Chongqing grew up parading himself. His father failed his promise in giving him a ride. How sad to be lied to by your dad all these years. Everyone lowered their heads. This pompous fool has yet to experience real pain. Ouyang Chongqing has such style. A shout reached them that sounded familiar. Yen Mo and every elite disciple from Western lands made their appearance onto stage. There was also one particular person Zhuofan could not take his eyes off. Zhuofan shook all over and caught himself, his eyes laced with pain as he balled his fists and clenched his teeth. Everyone was taken aback by his reaction. "What's wrong, sir?" Zhuofan's eyes began to tear up. None of them had ever seen the ever-wise Zhuofan lose his cool. They looked ahead at the fluttering white veil, and at the delicate figure hiding behind, shivering even from a light breeze. She only looked to be holding on thanks to the two girls attending to her. Ouyang Chongqing puffed his chest and strutted before Western Lands group among the deafening roars. "Can't I invite some of my fellow disciples to watch my fight?" "Of course you can." Wu Qingqiu cut off Yen Mo's attempt to speak. "It is your sect, and it's in your right to have the fight between the strongest disciples of our lands witnessed. It's just that we have someone ill among us that the sudden excitement would be detrimental. Could I ask for your disciples to be a bit quieter?" "Ill?" Ouyang Chongqing glanced at the white veil and smirked. "Her? Just why have you brought her anyway? Is this how you're helping our northern lands? 3 days ago, sect leader ordered me to go to your land and greet you, where I learned that you are bringing an ill person, frail and of vacant mind. Why is she even here? And now you're telling me a bit of noise will disturb her? Forgive us, her husband passed away 5 years ago and her mind has been lost since from the pain. We've tried everything, even pills, but it is out of our hands." Wu Qingqiu sighed and looked at the white veil in sadness. Her husband died in a huge explosion and now she can't stand loud noises, scaring her. But her husband was also a rare genius, his most notable battle being against the current best disciple in Western lands, Yi Lin. We hoped that by recreating that image would help her recover. Alas, few are those that can be on par with junior brother Yi Lin. Maybe young Master Ouyang might just be the one. So we brought her along with this hope in mind. Ouyang Chongqing roared in anger. "So you're taking this fight as medicine for a dumb woman? Do you have any idea how important this fight is to me? Yet you're just trying to use me, is that it?" "Of course not. I want you to fight the best disciple in Western lands, to establish yourself as the best disciple in the lands. We're only using this chance to save our junior sister. What is wrong with that?" Wu Qingqiu stared Ouyang Chongqing in the eye. Chapter 10:18 of One Heart. Chapter 10:18 of One Heart. Proofreader, Papatongs. Ouyang Chongqing glared at them and roared, "This isn't a play for you to enact, but a sacred competition. What is equally matched? I'm not about to throw the match over a demented woman just so you can have your act. Brothers, I want to hear you cheer. Senior brother! Senior brother!" See bright sect disciples exploded in an even bigger uproar, constantly clanging their spiritual weapons. The whole stage rumbled from the noise, and as it thundered in the lady's ears behind the white veil, it made her shiver in fright. The two girls helping her held her close to soothe her, their eyes filled with tears. Wu Qingqiu grew angry as he shouted back, "Ouyang Chongqing, you're a man coming from a respectable clan. Are you not aware that saving a life makes everything worth it? And we're allies as well. You can't even do this little effort? I will never give up no matter what, and I'll be damned if I'll play your little role you have for me, just over some crazy woman. A fake match won't deceive her. We've tried that already. Her mind might be lost but not her eyes. We only want to see the same power struggle we had in the Western lands back then. We think that only you can do it and don't need anything from you, just to give your all. Is that too much to ask? Wu Qingqiu shouted at him. Ouyang Chongqing flicked his head away, not willing to cave. Bam! A youth filled with savage aura stepped in, Yi Lin glaring at Ouyang Chongqing. Yi Lin mocked. I have no interest in the fight between Western lands and Northern lands' strongest disciples. The only reason I even accepted fighting such a mundane guy like you is to help Sister Qingqing. But now, Humph, I think you're in need of a harsh lesson. You're far from ever being my match. You're the best disciple in Western lands. Ouyang Chongqing squinted with a cold smile. Fine, come teach me then. If you're just another pretender, then I'll have Wu Qingqiu answer for it once I'm through with you. I don't care who calls himself the best disciple in Western lands, I'll be finding him once I go through all of you. Senior Brothers Almighty! Senior Brothers Almighty! The roaring of the crowd once again exploded, and Qingqing shuddered in the two girls' embrace from terror. Western lands group gnashed its teeth, with Yi Lin filled with murder. Why don't we take Qingqing back? She shouldn't be here and take this. Shui Ruohua, holding Chu Qingqing close, said with tears. The others gave a helpless nod. Since Ouyang Chongqing was so against it, staying here would only hurt her more, but this bastard Ouyang Chongqing has to be put in his place. Every one of them only felt rage and fury for this arrogant prick, wanting to beat him to a pulp. Ouyang Chongqing didn't care, since this was his sect, his home, and he had the numbers if it came down to a brawl. As the two sides were at odds, one hand extended in front of Chu Qingqing's eyes as a man with an eagle mask spoke. Miss, it's much quieter where I'm staying. Would you care to sit with me? A fight between two lands' strongest disciples shouldn't be missed. Sorry, sir, she needs peace and quiet. I'll take her back. Shui Ruohua gave him a look, then an awkward smile as she refused. Ouyang Chongqing was annoyed. Steward Qian, why would you want that crazy woman around you? Also, I know I chose your seat specifically, but it's not that quieter either. Once the fighting starts, it'll be bad for you when the crazy woman starts losing it. Hey, what did you say? Qingqing's mind is only vacant, not crazy. Say that again. Shui Ruohua snapped at him. The people around got enraged as well. Judging by those glares, Zhuofan ignored it all and tearfully gazed at Chu Qingqing. It's really quiet there, believe me. You'll be safe. Sir, we appreciate the gesture, but Qingqing is too frightened and would never let strangers touch. A sudden chill took her then, noticing that the shivering Qingqing in her arms no longer shook as she calmed down. Her dainty hand even reached out, to the shock of all present, placing it in Zhuofan's wide hand. How is this possible? Shui Ruohua widened her eyes as she and the Western Lands group watched in disbelief. Chu Qingqing had lost her fame as a cold beauty ever since her husband passed away, and her mind couldn't take it, few people approaching her. Afterward, she hardly met anyone, shunning almost anyone that approached, finding peace only around her two sisters. But today, to this stranger, she reached out on her own. Why? She's even scared of her acquaintances. Elder brother. Only Yi Lin knew Zhuofan to be alive and well. He muttered under his breath, watching the man with the eagle mask with a knowing gaze. Bro had been away for so many years. Now he's finally back. Holding Chu Qingqing's hand, Zhuofan led her to his spot, under the shock of everyone. With every step, his heart bled. I left to spare her the pain, but now I see that I hurt her the most. Oh, was I wrong? Chu Qingqing's veil fluttered, hiding her face, like that of a child, as she followed Zhuofan. Despite the uproar outside, her heart has found peace. The hand felt so familiar to her, and it now became her world, knowing there was nothing to fear as long as she held it. Her mind was vacant and knew not who he was, nor the ones around her, but their hearts had once been one, something that would never change even without needing to see his face. His mere presence made her know by instinct that he was hers and she his. Under the dumb looks of everyone, Zhuofan took Chu Qingqing to his seat, In Balayu's place, glancing at Xiaoer, Zhuofan said, "Xiaoer, say hello to Mother." "Mother!" Xiaoer could feel a rare warmth from Zhuofan's gaze and called out. The others looked at him, and one guard sighed, "Sir, we only knew you to be cunning and ruthless, but now we see there's a gentle side as well. But this also revealed to us your weakness." Zhuofan sighed a nod. "Yeah, but she can never be my weakness because I'll always take her with me from now on. They will have to walk over my cold corpse before they can touch her. I will be her shield, and as long as I stand no one can use her." Zhuofan looked at Chu Qingqing with hazy eyes. Not knowing if she understood any of it, her eyes were still vacant, her expression tranquil, like that of an infant sleeping. Only her hand shook slightly. Shui Ruohua and the others saw Chu Qingqing so at peace around a stranger they didn't know how to react. Needing a moment to come to and go to her, even so, they still couldn't tell who Zhuofan was since he had been dead to them for 5 years now. The guards knew how to act, and seeing the two girls looking after Chu Qingqing, they made way, standing with the other disciples to watch the fight. "Now that the mental patient is taken care of, we can begin. But let me reiterate, I will not throw the fight." Ouyang Chongqing shouted once more, at which the mob of disciples coming to cheer roared once more. Only this time, Chu Qingqing no longer shook in fear, holding to the lifeline, the hand that would give her peace. This only baffled Shuiruo. Yi Lin had a cold smile as he stood on stage, smirking at Ouyang Chongqing. "Then allow me to teach young master some manners. I'd hate to shame my elder brother for not taking care of my sister-in-law." Chapter 10:19. You Know Me Best. Chapter 10:19. You Know Me Best. Proofreader, Papatongs. Yi Lin and Ouyang Chongqing stood on the wide stage, with the executives present doing their duty in erecting a barrier to isolate their fight. The loud and raving cheers cut off as well, unable to reach the two fighters. One is a great talent of Western Lands youth. The other is the best disciple in Northern Lands. I wonder how it will turn out? Ha ha ha, this'll be good. I put my money on Chongqing. He's been training in heaven-sealing sword art since he was young, and he also had brother Lingtian to nurture him all these years. While Double Dragon Manor trains the most elite disciples, they have lost the best period in life, starting too late. And with the loss of vaulting sword, the kid had no chance of learning of the vaulting sword art. The ending is obvious. That's too soon to tell. Yes, being trained early will help correct any bad habits that might form, but the way Western Lands selects its disciple is from their very best, with each having a specialty. After all, vaulting sword art's character is one of harmony. Western Lands does it so that every disciple gets to further amplify their strengths when they learn from the vaulting sword. It's the best way of training in the vaulting sword art and bring about the greatest talent ever seen. But their vaulting sword is lost. Be that as it may, I heard that the best disciple in Western Lands has such an outstanding talent that makes not learning the vaulting sword art a moot point. How reliable is that info? Now I'm really eager to see how far talent alone can get him against a disciple having learned from a divine sword. Ouyang Chongqing did such a great job at spreading the news of his fight that, just like Zhuofan predicted, many elders from beyond Heaven Island came over as well. They hovered above, with eager and hopeful eyes just like the roaring mob of disciples below. They were just as interested to see who the best disciple among these two was, but without all the fanaticism. Yi Lin took a deep breath, looking at Ouyang Chongqing with a smirk and invitation. "After you, lest people say I pick on the weak. You got some nerve acting all smug before me when you're only in the second layer of soul harmony stage. How in the world did you even get to be the first disciple with that kind of cultivation is anyone's guess." Ouyang Chongqing mocked back, although focused on looking around the audience. "Not here still? I even had to insist for 2 hours to get her to agree. Why isn't she here yet?" Ouyang Chongqing hesitated. Yi Lin's brow shook. "Where are you looking? Scared? Get over yourself. I am a great 8th layer soul harmony stage expert. You must be dreaming if you think I'd be scared of someone in the second layer. Ouyang Chongqing huffed with disdain, but still scanned the crowd. Such a grand performance comes by rarely. You're turning all my effort and grand heroic performance into wasted effort with your absence, Sister Shui. Sister Shui, quick, it's about to start. Meanwhile, in another area, Shangguan Qinyan kept pulling Murong Shui's arm, running over to the hustle and bustle heard for miles. Murong Shui rolled her eyes. It's just that pompous prick showing off. What are you getting all excited about? I know Ouyang Chongqing is the best disciple in northern lands with hardly anyone lasting 5 strikes, but his opponent this time is the best disciple in western lands. Maybe it'll be a great fight for once. You don't want to see if there are such experts among our peers? Shangguan Qinyan had a very good reason, yet when she arrived at the show, her eyes were everywhere but the stage. She had even less interest in Ouyang Chongqing's high-class act. The only reason she came was because she heard Zhuofan's group was here to cheer for him. So she thought of an excuse to get Murong Shui to come as well. Was she worried at all that maybe Murong Shui would figure Zhuofan out? Absolutely not. She believed Zhuofan had taken precautions since he chose to come here. And once she spotted him, she'd dump Murong Shui and would shield him from anything. This way they'd also get close. What could possibly go wrong? Having run her plan countless times through her mind, no matter how shallow, she would have Murong Shui as an excuse when coming to the fight anyway. Murong Shui had no clue of her intentions. Beginning to assess the fight, Yenner, Ouyang Chongqing is strong in the end. While he always carries himself with flair and idles away like a true pompous fool, his upbringing has been perfect. He had started seclusion with his father when he was 5, to understand the heaven-sealing sword art. Not even I can last more than 20 moves against him. Won't that mean the best disciple in Western lands is going to lose? Shangguan Qinyan giggled. Sister Shui is the strongest disciple in Southern lands, but for even you to say you're going to lose, won't that mean he has won over Southern lands' youth? While Eastern land's strongest disciple was that cousin Yulin. Though even alive he wouldn't be a match to Sister Shui. That means Eastern lands lost as well. Which leaves Western lands, needing to defeat their best disciple to be the best disciple of the 4 lands. Murong Shui gave a helpless nod. Yeah, now you know why he blew this fight out of proportions? He's about to be the best disciple in the 4 lands, a very good reason to celebrate. And with Western lands being the last among the lands, their best disciple is definitely going to fall way short. Now the entire fight had turned into a spectacle for him to look good. That's why I don't feel like coming only to watch his obnoxious grin getting wider. Hee, of course he's obnoxious. Shangguan Qinyan teased. It will go along with your promise. His win will make him the best disciple in the lands and give some credence to becoming the second invincible sword one day in the future. Murong Shui sneered. Best in the lands? Second invincible sword? Haha, that's rich. Even if he wins against Western lands today, his winning streak will stop here. There's one among our peers he can never defeat. He has the highest chance of becoming the second invincible sword. Who? Shangguan Qinyan's brow shook, shouting eagerly, it can't be him, right? Murong Shui turned heavy as she spoke. Central area, Sword Star Empire's Crown Prince, Bailey Jingtian. Him. Yeah, just another Bailey. Murong Shui shook her head with a sigh. I've once gone to the central area and met with the prince on several occasions. The Bailey clan is truly incredible, filled with talents and in constant growth. I believe that even 100 years after Invincible Sword, that clan will shock the world with another incredible figure. At the very least, their top 10 princes are on par with the best disciples in the land, with the first 4 being above us. I couldn't even last a blow against Bailey Jingtian. He's really the second coming of Invincible Sword. Shangguan Qinyan's eyes shook. We really are hopeless. Our homes will all be united under Sword Star Empire's tyranny, with everything destroyed. Yeah, their strength breeds fear and despair. Murong Shui sighed, looking desolate. It was Prime Minister Bailey Jingwei who set up the meeting with the princes. He was then looking to persuade my brother. That's why he put on such a display to intimidate us. I have to admit, it worked. Seeing those princes' power and the immense potential of the Sword Star Empire made me realize with each passing day that we are on our last leg. While we are fighting over who's the best, the Sword Star Empire already took that title, rising to their glory. Maybe the next time, the Four Lands would end up crushed under its power. That's why I feel Ouyang Chongqing's fanfare and conceit as the best disciple in the Four Lands as empty words. Shangguan Qinyan nodded in understanding, sighing, Sister Shui has seen much, unlike us. Being so competitive and drunk on fame is truly childish. Sister Shui, you're here at last. I've waited ages for you. Ouyang Chongqing's eager shout reached Murong Shui, waving in excitement Shangguan Qinyan, and Murong Shui had a bitter smile and shook their heads in such desperate times. He had the leisure to compete over who the best in the alliance was. It only helped to make his childish image in their minds more pronounced. Or to be more accurate, naive Zhuofan tensed seeing Murong Shui here. Lowering his head, Chu Qingqing reached out by herself and held Zhuofan's hand, gripping both of them tightly, as if to console him. Although her eyes were still vacant. Sorry, sir, she doesn't know what she's doing. Shui Ruohua startled at Chu Qingqing's action, wanting to take her hand back at once. It just wasn't proper to do that with a stranger, especially a man. They'd really take her for a crazy woman. Zhuofan stopped her, sighing as he gazed into Chu Qingqing's deep and vacant eyes. After all these years, you know me best. Chapter 10-20, Tide. Chapter 10-20, Tide. Proofreader, Papatongs. Sir. Shui Ruohua shook at Zhuofan's words. Have you met Qingqing before? With Chu Qingqing's vacant mind, she would usually avoid anyone who got close, except in this man's case, she actually took initiative. What was even more baffling, no acquaintance could achieve this, not as easily as this man. It could only mean that he had to be a very close friend to Qingqing, closer than even her fellow sisters. Zhuofan said. You could say we are close, but I just can't believe that after all these years, she became like this. I see, sir must be an old friend of Qingqing. Shui Ruohua nodded and sighed inside. Life is in constant change, and Qingqing has suffered so much these years. When her husband passed, Shui Ruohua was filled with grief, speaking of Chu Qingqing's matters these years, though it felt more like using a shoulder to cry on. Zhuofan listened quietly, about his loving wife's troubles, with each word stabbing his heart. The sorrow he felt for her brought him to tears, but he gnashed his teeth and bore through them, forcing those bitter tears to be buried in his heart. The others listened in on the hardships and lowered their heads as they glanced at Zhuofan. The stage was drowned in shouts and roars of the crowd, with only this small corner at peace. The pain and sorrow overwhelmed everyone for a long time. Chu Qingqing had flinched now and then at Shui Ruohua's retelling, slowly leaning on Zhuofan's shoulder. Zhuofan could no longer stop the tears, falling down in waves. In all these years as her husband, only now could he lend his shoulder to his weary wife. He felt pain like no other in all his lives. The crowd was too busy hollering and shouting to pay any attention to their pain. Their eyes bloodshot while watching the stage with fervent joy and thirst for a good fight. Crack. Yilin's knuckles crackled as he stared hard at Ouyang Chongqing. You almost had me for a second there, when you bastards said you didn't want Sister Qingqing to disturb you. But now I see you went to such lengths to set the stage all to show off to a woman. Humph, you're a real piece of work. You'd rather show off to some cheap broad than save a life. I vow on my name as a sacred beast inheritor that I'll put you in your place here and now. Hey, who the hell are you calling cheap? For insulting the woman of my dreams, I will make you pay. Ouyang Chongqing cursed back. He exploded with power in a blue glow, cold and thick, giving off a choking feeling under its pressure. The barrier around the stage was unable to contain it, sending the terrifying aura into the crowd. The power of the heaven-sealing sword Ouyang Chongqing had been training in for many years now. Oh! The disciples clapped and jumped. That's our senior brother Chongqing. He has the power to be the best of the best. Yilin didn't look remotely impressed, shaking a bit and unleashing a draconic roar from within as flames soared. The golden flames swallowed his body, releasing a searing heat felt by even those outside the stage. It was so bad that the tiles began to buckle and warp under the strain. As for the stage, it split in two, half belonging to Ouyang Chongqing's icy heaven-sealing domain, while the other half was Yilin's and his blistering decimating golden flame. The two had unleashed their powers and were at an impasse. The audience gasped, too overwhelmed with amazement to keep shouting Ouyang Chongqing's name. They came here thinking it would be a short fight like all till now, with Ouyang Chongqing reigning supreme like always. Now, however, they were met with a standstill, at least from Aura's standpoint. Silence dominated for once, with faint whispers being heard now and then. None expected a peer of theirs would finally rise that could stand up to Ouyang Chongqing's power. This was bound to be an awesome fight. The oldies spectating were taken aback as well, smiling and nodding. The best disciple in Western lands lives up to his name. The fight is going to last a while. Ha ha ha! Shangguan Qinyan pulled at Murong Shui in all her excitement. Sister Shui, it's nothing like you said. Ouyang Chongqing might not win this one. Oh, it does seem like it. Murong Shui was stunned as well. I would never guess the dry Western lands of talent would give birth to such an outstanding man. Shangguan Qinyan looked smug. What do you think of my Zhuofan then? He's from Western lands too. However, Murong Shui smirked. Their display only proved their training is the same, but not who wins. It will solely rest on the skills, cultivation method and attack. Ouyang Chongqing is the son of the strongest in northern lands, Ouyang Lingtian. Such things are nothing for him, but as for that Western lands kid. Shangguan Qinyan grinned. We'll just have to wait and see. Murong Shui looked interested for a change, her eyes no longer flat but having a spark of curiosity, face twitching. Ouyang Chongqing looked at his opponent, having matched him in aura, and frowned. He glanced at Murong Shui, then at Yilin, and clenched his fists. I've underestimated you, boy. You're nothing like everyone I fought so far. Curses, this fight may not be the show I wanted, but since Sister Shui is watching, I'm not going to let it disappoint. Speed is of the essence. I'm going to finish him off before he gets any chance to fight back and drag things on. It will only make me look like a fool. I had ignored my adversaries so far, but not this one. The crux is Sister Shui is watching and I cannot let it show I'm sweating even a drop. Ouyang Chongqing gnashed his teeth and shot for Yilin. Yilin laughed and met him halfway. You got the wrong guy if you think you can match me in a brawl. Bam! A shocking explosion echoed as the punch and kick collided. The powerful shockwave was so strong it even made the barrier tremble. The two jumped back to their place, but while Yilin stretched out his golden scale arm with a sinister smirk, Ouyang Chongqing's leg was jerking, clearly in pain from holding it up. God damn it. Why's the punk's body so damn hard? Not even my heaven-sealing sword art-strengthened body can match. Is he a monster? Ouyang Chongqing gnashed his teeth and glanced at the stunned crowd. Senior brother actually came out at a disadvantage in the first exchange? Even the oldies were amazed. The Western lands kid is great. I had never seen Chongqing so distressed. For Western lands to have such an amazing talent, it must be once in millennias. Another elder nodded. Western lands is filled with talent that don't just stop with him. A sudden speaker said. The others flinched and gasped. Exalted Hey Ran, what are you doing here? Aren't you helping the Shangguan clan unseal the soaring sword? Why? That seal is not only strong but queer as well. We've been giving our very best for 3 days and 3 nights now, yet still couldn't lift it. I came out for a breath of fresh air, letting old Bai have a go. Exalted Hey Ran gave a casual wave. The others bowed. Exalted Hey Ran is working hard. But what does Sir mean by that? You're saying Western Lands has more disciples like him? No way. That and then some. Then why is he the best? Because the strongest has died years ago. If he was alive, I dare say he'd become the second invincible sword. It would have given us hope of fighting the Central Area's ambition, but Enhei Ran grew sullen as he sighed. The others were startled at the revelation, but also skeptical. Is the old guy for real or mere bragging? Since when did Western Lands become a trove of talents? For even their second choice for best could push Northern Lands' best disciple. What does that say about the Western Lands' best? Chapter 10:21 Evoking Heaven Art. Chapter 10:21 Evoking Heaven Art. Proofreader, Papatongs. Yenemo, you were right, Ouyang Chongqing really can fight Junior Brother. Maybe not to the level of Zhuofan's fight with Junior Brother, but it should come close with how they are. Outside the arena, Wu Qingqiu commented on the fight, telling Yenemo, "You've done well." Yenemo dismissed his praise, "It's nothing. I went first with Ouyang Chongqing to test his strength. I lasted 20 rounds with him, while only holding for 18 with Yi Lin. The best disciple in Northern Lands is a show-off, but does live up to his name at least. I just hope the fight could stir Chu Qingqing's mind, the least we can do for Zhuofan's spirit." Yeah, this fight is our hope to bring Zhuofan's spirit peace. If even this won't work, then nothing will. Wu Qingqiu sighed, glancing at Chu Qingqing and seeing her peaceful face leaning on Zhuofan's shoulder. Her tranquility caught him off guard, especially since there was a huge fight going on and she had no sign of being afraid. He signaled Yenemo and said, "Hey, Yenemo, who is that guy?" Junior sister Qingqing has been at peace ever since they met. It's baffling. Yenemo frowned and shook his head. "I have no idea. He's wearing a mask so I can't tell. Though I don't think it would make a difference even if he hadn't. From Ouyang Chongqing's introduction, he's a merchant from Northern Lands. We've hardly ever left Western Lands, so we'd definitely not recognize him." "Why do I get a familiar feeling about him then?" Wu Qingqiu's senses threw him into a state of confusion, but he put it all aside and focused on the fight. Ouyang Chongqing looked around after his first loss and saw Murong Shue's eager eyes. His delusion made him believe she was rooting for him with that hopeful gaze. So he gnashed his teeth and weaved signs with every sign. Thunder boomed and rumbled as a sudden heavy air overtook the area. Soon, the people found it hard to even breathe. As the warmth was sapped away, ice began to form and spread. The oldies cried out at his actions. Evoking Heaven Art? Does he plan to finish it by showing his cards so soon? Evoking Heaven Art. Exalted Hei Ran started as well. See Bright Sec's main Earth-ranked martial art, that Evoking Heaven Art? The skill is said to have come from understanding the Heaven Sealing Sword. One old man nodded gravely. Yeah, the Heaven Sealing Sword contains the power of seals. By learning its art one gains knowledge about the sealing way and breaking way. The Evoking Heaven Art came from the Heaven Sealing Sword's breaking way. Exalted Hei Ran. Cultivators need to reach Genesis stage to draw upon the world's power and grow their sword's power to unseen levels. But the Evoking Heaven Art breaks the chains of the world and uses its power before one reaches Genesis stage, while unleashing the same type of might as a Genesis stage expert. It's an outrageous art, and the more worldly power is drawn, the bigger the impact. In other words, Ouyang Chongqing has become, for a brief moment, a Genesis stage expert. Exalted Hei Ran gasped as he looked intently at the fight. Since they're even, won't that mean Ouyang Chongqing has gained the upper hand with this boost in cultivation stage? Soul Harmony cultivators are seen as weak to any Genesis stage expert. Yi Lin is no normal Soul Harmony expert, but neither is Ouyang Chongqing in his now temporary Genesis stage. He is an inheritor of the Heaven Sealing Sword art. Yi Lin's hopes are slim at best. The elder shook his head with a sigh. Exalted Hei Ran has to look closer. The Evoking Heaven art is no secret art, but it has its fair share of dangers. One needs to exercise restraint when it comes to worldly power. Not even a fresh Genesis stage cultivator has much control over the worldly power, let alone in the soul harmony stage. If he goes beyond his limits, the power will go berserk, and it will take it out on him. At worst, he'll be ripped to shreds at heaven's mercy. Ouyang Chongqing is the best disciple in northern lands. He has at least that self-control, right? I fear his reckless youth will get the best of him. You can tell by how the fight developed. I fear he will not only hurt his opponent but himself as well, just for the sake of winning. The old man sighed. I can only hope that his opponent will fall quickly so he can reign in the worldly power before it causes harm. Exalted He Ran smirked. That's going to be hard. Yi Lin is quite unyielding. When he fought the best disciple in Western lands, he almost bet his life. He's only standing there because I stepped in. They shared bitter smiles and shook their heads. Why did it have to be these two pig-headed fools that have to fight? The fight was worrying the elders, but the audience was oblivious to the danger, exploding the minute Ouyang Chongqing unleashed his great move. Ouyang Chongqing saw the cheers aimed at him and the girl of his dreams watching him, and smiled. His signs formed faster. The more signs he formed, the harder the pressure of the world bore down, with a bone-chilling coldness spreading. Icy sword waves formed in the sky as they flew around, spreading shock and fear. Yi Lin no longer had a smug look, but became serious, his fists clenching rumble. With Ouyang Chongqing's final sign, lightning split the skies, unleashing a deafening thunder. One black cloud exploded into myriads of icy swords, gathering around Ouyang Chongqing and numbering in the tens of thousands. Bang! Some scraped the barrier of the stage and punched holes in it like it wasn't even there. The safeguard was now gone. The audience was too incensed to care, shouting harder than ever and chanting his name. With the fall of the barrier, everyone, even the crowd, was now part of the fight, and being part of such a fight only meant one thing for them: death. While they were blissfully oblivious to the incoming doom, the oldies picked up on the crisis. Blast it! Now if anything happens, it will only become worse. Humph, that kid just had to pick Beneath Heaven Island's stage for his fight. Doesn't he know this stage is meant for average disciple spars? Its barrier isn't strong either. It's because most people are on Beneath Heaven Island. Ouyang Lingtian's son is like the rumors paint him, vain. Exalted He Ran smiled. Well, aren't you going to stop him? The oldies paused. Exalted He Ran, why don't you try? Tsh, hell no. Exalted He Ran rolled his eyes. It's your home, so how could I step in? Until my disciples are in peril, I won't budge an inch. Any sooner and it will be taken as Western land's defeat. While a mere children's quarrel, we all have our dignity, all right? The oldies shook their heads. We can't step in either. Chongqing is pig-headed but has great talent. He's going to take his father's place and wield Heaven's sealing sword, that is certain. And you want us to barge in into his most prideful moment and his fun? Tch, a bunch of bootlickers. It goes to show how it got to his head and beyond. You always indulged him. Exalted He Ran clicked his tongue, and he watched the oldies had no comeback, silently accepting his jab. None would step in until it was too late. Like whether the kid was suicidal or not had nothing to do with them below. Sword energies roamed around with the world's energy filling the air at Ouyang Chongqing's whim. He grew excited because none had brought him this far, making him feel the amazing power for the first time. Having the world in the palm of his hand was intoxicating. Ouyang Chongqing shouted and pointed at the skies. The thousands of sword energies combined and formed into a sword image with a cold edge 300 meters tall. Its unstoppable aura shimmering the air around it. Wu Qingqiu cried out, "This is the power of the world Ouyang Chongqing is able to use, but why curses? How is that little junior brother able to take such a boosted move? This is not as simple as a mere boost, but a gap in stages. Hardly anything can bridge the gap between Soul Harmony stage and Genesis stage. Yenemo gnashed his teeth. The two were equal, but now, with this incredible secret skill, Yi Lin will have a hard time overcoming it, even with all he has. Wu Qingqiu sighed, glancing at Chu Qingqing. I hope to give her an even fight, but Ouyang Chongqing went all out too quickly, becoming overwhelming in power. It took all the thrill out of it. The others sighed a nod. Only Yi Lin looked at Zhuofan below, his eyes thirsting for battle. After turning to his opponent, golden flames burst from his eyes, as if to prove his resolve. Elder brother, watch closely. I have lost to you before, but after these years, I'm just as good as you. Chapter 1022, Shocking Move. Chapter 1022, Shocking Move. Proofreader, Papatongs. Ha ha ha, can you feel the extent of my power? Give up while you still can. We're allies and would hate to leave you hurting and break our land's relations. Have some common sense and I will make sure to follow in my footsteps of grandeur. With the heaven sword in my hands, the world's my oyster. Ouyang Chongqing raised his hand and lifted the terrible and sharp illusory sword, feeding his ego as he spoke with conceit. As for the audience, they only grew more excited with his confidence. Only Murong Shui gave Shangguan Qinyan a bitter look. He has the power, but nothing beats his narcissism. The more I think about it, the more I fear for the future of the northern lands with him in the lead. Yi Lin gave him a cold look, not at all impressed by the humongous flashy sword above his head. He actually had the nerve to taunt, "Don't get ahead of yourself. It's too soon to tell, don't you think, brother Ouyang? You really think you have it in you to take on this sword? I'm going to crush it." With golden flames shining in his eyes, Yi Lin shouted, his body exploding with power, "This is a secret art I could only use once in the soul harmony stage. I planned on using it on Elder Brother when we sparred again, but since we met first, I'll let you have a taste." Decimating Inferno, Fire Dragon Form. Yi Lin roared at the heavens, followed by draconic howls, shaking the air with every rumble. Scorching and golden lights shot from his body like a volcanic eruption, illuminating the whole sky. A dreaded heat wave spread, enveloping half the world in a red hue and the audience in a hot spell. As for Yi Lin, under the shocked eyes of the crowd, began to change. Golden scales formed on his body and his teeth turned into sharp fangs. He was now like a wild beast, and from the shape of his head, it was that of a dragon. Everyone gasped at the sudden transformation. Is his soul the greatest heaven dragon soul? How else could he take this form in soul harmony stage? His power and yuan qi amount had to be multiplied. There are now some good chance he might actually take on the sword. Ouyang Chongqing huffed. So what if you have the heaven dragon soul? My sword is from the heaven sealing sword art. Even if you harmonized with the heaven dragon soul, it won't do a damn thing. Humph, do you really think this is your average soul harmony? Ignorant whelp, just watch. I told you, this is fire dragon form, not your average fake draconic soul harmony. Yi Lin smirked and shouted again. Boom. Akin to a detonation, the violent golden flames shot from his body in every direction. The great power made the audience squint, feeling on their skin the searing heat. He released. Ouyang Chongqing gasped, his mind going a mile a minute as he reproached, "Brothers, this is but a fight for the best in the alliance, not to the death. Could you not detonate, please?" The oldies were just as stunned, gaping at the display. Not even exalted He Ran acted with more composure. Why's Yi Lin so panicked to detonate? He's not even cornered yet. Standing there for any longer would let the inferno reach the crowd, and would be sure to leave countless casualties. The elders were ready to stop this from happening. Ouyang Chongqing grew serious as well, about to slash with his sword and stop the incoming golden flames, and yet, the spreading golden inferno paused and pulled back in on the stage, forming a huge fire tornado, punching a hole in the skies. When the tornado settled, a deafening draconic cry racked the audience's ears. The elders, Ouyang Chongqing, even exalted He Ran watched with dumb look at the incredulous scene unfolding. Yi Lin had been hiding such a move even in the years spent inside Double Dragon Manor. Yi Lin was nowhere to be seen on stage, replaced with a 300-meter-tall golden and flaming dragon soaring high above where it passed. The air shimmered, as if the skies feared the divine dragon's roars. Only a divine beast could have the might to challenge heavens, never content with just holding the world's power. Yi Lin was now a fire dragon, his power being on the level of heaven itself. Why then should he care if the opponent used worldly power? Ouyang Chongqing's brow shook, still holding the sword, but his gaze was lost. Screw you. That's no soul harmony dragon, but the real thing. Talk, where the hell did Western lands get such a monster, you damn abomination? Wu Qingqiu and the rest from Western lands were floored. They knew Yi Lin was badass, but only now knew he held a skill that could rival heaven's. Ouyang Chongqing had now met his match as a fight like no other was about to unfold. The fight sure was intense, on the level of Zhuofan and Yi Lin's back in Western lands. Wu Qingqiu and Yan Mo shared a smile, then looked at Chu Qingqing. Shangguan Qinyan was dazzled, looking astonished. Sister Shui, it's totally worth it. Yeah, it's beyond my imagination the best disciple in Western lands to be of such amazing talent to fight the son of Ouyang Lingtian. He is on the level of the best 4 princes of the Bailey clan. As for the strongest Bailey Jingtian, Murong Shui sighed, I don't know for sure since we never fought, but these two give us hope. Bam! Yi Lin's huge bulk landed on stage, the large vertical eyes staring at Ouyang Chongqing, while sometimes glancing at Zhuofan. See that, bro? This is my power, just like yours. His mood got killed the minute he saw Zhuofan, never even looking at him. Zhuofan's eyes were only on Chu Qingqing's peaceful features as he listened to Shui Ruohua tell him of Chu Qingqing's troubles. Shaking his huge dragon head, Yi Lin sighed with disappointment, focusing on his adversary instead. He opened his maw to reveal the human-sized fangs as he laughed. Boy, you dare talk big with me? You're only asking me to tear into you. Bam! The dragon claw slammed on stage, crumbling it to pieces. The powerful shockwave howling as it spread to the audience and burning his majestic visage in their trembling hearts. It was like they were seeing a real dragon in all its glory, robbing them of their breaths. All the resounding support Ouyang Chongqing had been getting from his fellow disciples was now quashed under the oppressive power of the dragon before them. They couldn't muster the slightest peep, feeling utterly inferior. Yi Lin was a true dragon, a king in his own right before the masses. For the first time ever, the stage had sunk in complete silence. No one held more authority than the fire dragon's royal aura. Ouyang Chongqing started to sweat as he watched the huge dragon, but his heart burned with anger. He didn't know what abomination Yi Lin was, with how the average soul harmony stage cultivator merely took on the appearance of the soul beast, bumping up their power a bit. But this guy in front of him became a true dragon no matter how he looked at it. That was not a human standing before him, but a dragon made of fire. He didn't care how or why it happened, only feeling that his grand performance had been squashed. All eyes were now on Yi Lin's magnificent and royal form as he became a prop. It was a blow his ego was incapable of taking. He had fought so many times, but when did he ever become the extra? This time there were so many people watching, all thanks to his efforts too, and to show off in front of the girl of his dreams. But all that popularity had gone away in a flash. Would a man of his endless pride allow for another to steal his limelight? He had to win this at all costs, or it would haunt him for the rest of his days. Ouyang Chongqing gnashed his teeth, and resolve glowed in his eyes. The sword above him grew more savage. I don't care if you're a fake or not, I'll slaughter you where you stand. Ouyang Chongqing waved and brought down the greatsword on Yi Lin's huge dragon bulk. Chapter 10:23 Berserk. Chapter 10:23 Berserk. Proofreader, Papatongs. Who? The large sword carried the power of the world as it came down on the dragon head. Its chilling aura swept the stage, cooling the heart coming from Yi Lin. The dragon's surging fires dimmed and flickered as well. Yi Lin's brow shook, still having the calm of mind to know that the heaven-sealing sword art held the power to contest the dragons. So he willed the flames to reach 10 meters once more as he used his big claws to grasp the large sword bam. The claws screeched as they made contact, with hot and cold fighting for supremacy. Ouyang Chongqing strained with a red face to bring that large sword down, while Yilin forced himself with a soaked brow to keep the flames burning against the icy blade. Even as they slowly got put out, they both used all they had, but they were now at a standstill. The prolonged tension brought unease to the crowd, looking on nervously and eager to know the final winner, the best disciple in the alliance. You think you can best me with just your power? In your dreams. Evoking heaven art. Pushing hard for 15 minutes, yet the claws held the sword at bay still. Ouyang Chongqing had lost his patience. Yilin's true dragon form was too strong, able to counter the power of the world with only his strength. Thinking about it, he realized the Yuan Qi reserves Yilin had were gigantic as well. Thus letting it drag out would be to his detriment. He might have borrowed the world to bump his power. The Yuan Qi he used to gain control over it was too taxing to keep running for long. Speed was of the essence today, was also the first time he used evoking heaven art and controlled so much worldly power. And if he tried to take some more? Ouyang Chongqing hesitated, but then he saw Yilin's conviction. He just gnashed his teeth and shouted as he made the signs. Another rumble spread through the skies as sword energy gathered in his hand and flowing into the large sword. The sword's coldness flared with power, pushing back harder against Yilin's draconic body, snapping the stage in half from the force. Ouyang Chongqing grew pleased at the results. Let's see you last now. The oldies of the Sea Bright sect were getting tense by the moment. Evoking heaven art again. It should be fine. Let's hope so. They shook their heads in worry. The audience cheered at their senior brother's comeback, though drowned soon after by another draconic roar. As he pushed at the incoming sword, he also lashed out with the searing and flaming tail bam. The large sword shook as it dimmed. Ouyang Chongqing shook with it, pushed back a bit. But it was his heart that couldn't take the reality. Yilin smirked and wheezed, while still having the energy to mock. Brat, let's see how far worldly energy can take you. Humph, isn't it something you drew with your Yuan Qi? The minute the sword shakes the slightest bit, your Yuan Qi is affected. How will you draw worldly power in that state? One tiny shift and everything will come down crashing. Your evoking heaven art isn't anything to look at. Yilin flared his fire and pushed at the large sword bam. Ouyang Chongqing's face twisted as he paled. Damn punk, I'll get you for this. With his opponent figuring out his weakness, Ouyang Chongqing ignored everything and made signs again. I'll show you the true power of the heaven-sealing sword art. Heaven-sealing art. The large sword exploded into many cold blades and shot for Yilin's bulk. Invisible and unnoticed, Yilin surged in the sky because of the loss of resistance, but then the sword waves battered his body, snuffing out the flames and even forming ice. Yilin cried out, "What is this thing? I can't move." Ha ha ha, see that? This is the true power of the heaven-sealing sword art. Sealing. Ouyang Chongqing laughed in pride. Once caught, strength won't matter, for you can't move a muscle. You lost, Western Lands brat. Yilin's face twisted in defiance. The elders above gasped. Evoking heaven art uses the breaking way, while heaven-sealing art the sealing way. Who told him to use both of them at the same time? He's only making it worse. What's the problem? Exalted He Ran felt bad for seeing his disciple lose, but then he heard them and asked, "You're saying this is more dangerous than evoking heaven art?" The elders nodded. Yeah, overusing evoking heaven art only gets the power to run berserk and could step in to get control over it. But with how these skills engender each other, the loss of control will mean a rampant surge of worldly power no one can grasp unless the seal is released. This happened only once, 2,000 years ago, with the wielder using the heaven-sealing sword to cut off the power of the world from unleashing a disaster. But even then, there were countless casualties and thus was forbidden. I did not expect Chongqing to use it today to win a match. Is it because it happened so long ago? Kids these days have no idea of the horrors of the past. Then are you going to do something about it, or just watch? Of course we'll stop it no matter what. The elders went down, but then the dragon roared, and as the ice was about to swallow Yi Lin, the golden flames flickered to life once more, breaking it down. But there was also blood flowing from his mouth. Ouyang, Chongqing sneered. Using your blood essence to stir your potential? Humph, it's no use. The worldly power at my disposal is boundless. How long can you last? Evoking heaven art. Ouyang, Chongqing made signs once more. Don't do it. One elder shouted in panic. Ouyang, Chongqing was too far gone now, obsessed with winning, with proving himself best. Worldly power gathered once more, bearing down in the form of another sword. Ouyang, Chongqing shifted his signs. Heaven sealing sword art. The elders' faces twitched, unable to stop him in time. The sword energies coming from the heavens had yet to fully form and turned into cold energy the next second. Gunning for Yi Lin, it formed another cage in an instant. Yi Lin's heart jumped in shock, fighting to keep his golden flames burning and fight off the cold. It was no use, for the two arts had now set free the world's energy out of Ouyang, Chongqing's control. The world formed a sword by itself, then transformed into cold blades that struck Yi Lin. Ouyang, Chongqing laughed in glee. Ha ha ha, you can actually use both arts at the same time for an even greater effect, to unleash all the endless power of the world. My win is set. How come I couldn't see this before? You saw shit. That's losing control of the worldly power and bringing about destruction. One elder flashed before him and shouted at the others, Send for Lingtian at once. Tell him to come with the heaven-sealing sword and break the link. Ouyang, Chongqing looked baffled. Elder, what's wrong? Aren't I the first who used the two arts together? You think yourself so clever, is that it? The elder's face twitched, looking distraught and fearful at the sword coming from the sky. Yi Lin roared once more, trapped in ice again, but this time the ice was bizarre, working to swallow his bulk until he turned into a dragon statue of ice. His eyes then flared with savagery behind the ice. Chapter 1024 Ouyang, Lingtian. Chapter 1024 Ouyang, Lingtian. Proofreader, Papatongs. Whoosh. Sword energies flew around the sky, slamming into the ice dragon and adding to the seal. The ice dragon howled at the sky with such power it crushed the stage, then blew his breath on the audience. One of ice and cold, the chilling breath swept the unfortunate ones and turned them into statues of ice in mid-panic. So deep was the cold that it froze their very souls. We're finished. The heaven and earth has gone berserk. One elder held his head and sighed bitterly. Ouyang, Chongqing was enraged when Yi Lin attacked his fans. Hey, Western Lands punk, have you lost your mind? You're the demented one, Chongqing. The elder shook his head and snapped at him. Have you any idea what calamity you caused? Evoking heaven art and heaven sealing art engender each other. Evoking heaven art breaks, opening a channel into the world so you can draw its power, while heaven sealing art seals this channel and the power. When a cultivator uses the worldly power, it would dissipate afterward and return to its rightful place, back to the world. This is its nature, but you opened a channel into the world, then had it sealed in place. The minute you lost all control over that power, it started spilling into reality without stopping, thanks to locking the channel while also running amok with no one to direct it. And this is the result. Ouyang, Chongqing's eyes went wide, scratching his head classlessly. Elder, so you're saying the dragon isn't that guy but amassed worldly power? Why is it attacking people then? Isn't it just energy? The world has spiritual energy, so it must have its own will. The elder shook his head. Once a cultivator draws upon the worldly power, they can control it, but now this power has gone berserk, gathering in one place and also gaining sentience from the will of the world. With heaven and earth going crazy, you have no idea what kind of a disaster it can cause. It's beyond anything humanly possible. Ouyang Chongqing looked at the far ice dragon with a deep frown. What about the Western lands, punk? You're saying the power focused on him and it's controlling him? What about his mind, has it been swallowed? You have the nerve to ask. The elder's face twitched and shook his head. Have you no clue what you just did? You used heaven sealing sword art and he's been frickin' sealed. Now the power of the world is going into the dragon without a conscience, the best thing for it. If the mind was still there, some control would have been possible. This time is going to be even harder to deal with than 2,000 years ago. Your father is going to tan your hide. Ouyang Chongqing's lip quivered, like he was a naughty child caught red-handed, and looking guilty. The roars echoed across the skies as the ice dragon flung its bulk around and spraying ice to freeze everything. The only expressive thing about these lifelike statues were the fearful eyes and the shocked faces. Wu Qingqiu cried out, "Little junior brother, what happened to you? Stop!" Who? The ice dragon blew ice once more. Wu Qingqiu knew he was going to fall under such power and rushed to dodge. His leg ended up being caught in the blast, freezing over. "Sir, what just happened? Go and take Qingqing away." The peaceful storytelling had now come to an abrupt end as a monster rampaged around, turning people into popsicles. Shui Ruhua gasped and reached for Chu Qingqing to take her away from this dangerous place. Zhuofan regarded the peaceful face of his wife and smiled. "It's fine, there's no need to disturb her." "You haven't finished the story, Miss Shui, please continue." As if, with so much chaos around, the world might be ending, and you're asking me to tell you a bedtime story? Even if I might be suicidal, I will never let any harm come to Qingqing. What kind of a sister you take me for? While she was insisting on taking Chu Qingqing, one guard grabbed her hand. "Miss, since Sir said you may continue, then it's fine. Please trust him. We're also here and shall keep the danger at bay from reaching Miss." Looking into Zhuofan's eyes, then into those eyes filled with complete trust, she turned to watch the Berserk ice dragon. Shui Ruohua hesitated, but she had no choice other than nod. Even if against it, Zhuofan smiled and looked at Qingqing next to him lovingly. Bam! On stage, Exalted He Ran shot a sword energy at the ice dragon and break the ice on it and reach his dear disciple. But the dragon shook and all the ice splashing about was soon absorbed into its body along with the power of the strike. Exalted He Ran gasped in fright. "What in the world is that thing?" "Exalted, please refrain from doing anything. Nothing we do will have any effect." One elder with a white beard came over as he explained hastily. "That is the embodiment of the heaven-sealing sword art. No matter what skill is used, it will only be absorbed by the seal and become its own power. That's why nothing we do to it will help. We can only protect the other disciples and flee from here." Exalted He Ran was astonished, then he glanced at the panicking disciples fleeing for their lives, still ending up in ice from the dragon's breath, and said, "If you say this thing's unstoppable, how then do we deal with it? We can't let it run amok and freeze the whole sect." "Exalted, it can seal everything but the 5 great divine swords." The man cupped his hands and pointed at the ice swords raining down from above. "Even now, please observe, the channel into the world has been opened, turning into an infinite loop. Our only hope is to dodge and wait for Brother Lingtian to come with the heaven-sealing sword and seal the channel, then cut it to disperse all that power. He will also go easy as to save your disciple as well." Exalted He Ran's brow shook, looking at the ice dragon freezing anything that moved with a sigh. He relinquished a nod. This thing was now part of the world, undying and unstoppable. The more power they used on it, the more it absorbed. The only option right now was to wait for Ouyang Lingtian to come to the rescue and fix this damn mess his own son made. Ouyang Chongqing looked at the ice dragon ruining everything, out of his control, and felt so bad he could cry. "I can't tell if Dad will come to strike me down or the dragon first." Sniff. "Ouyang Chongqing, this is all your fault. You did this, you caused this disaster to fall on so many lives." 2 girls flashed out of nowhere. Shangguan Qinyan glared at him and started cursing. Murong Shui was furious as well, full of hatred. Murong Shui's hatred, however, was due to having involved innocence. Shangguan Qinyan's rage was because she worried for Zhuofan, so she was taking it out on him. She was running her mouth while looking around for Zhuofan with everyone in panic. It was hard to look. Ouyang Chongqing lowered his head in guilt under the chastising look of the girl of his dreams. He was even more accepting of his guilt than when faced with his father. There! Shangguan Qinyan spotted Zhuofan, still sitting without a worry and listening to everything talk about monstrous, not even having a healthy respect for the worldly abomination running amok just next to him. Maybe it felt the contempt, or maybe all the targets fled and left only Zhuofan's group still untouched, but the ice dragon roared and set its eyes on them. It shot for them, its icy aura freezing the area around it as it passed. Watch out! Shangguan Qinyan cried out in fright, a little too late. The others around her looked down just in time to see another poor soul's being sacrificed to the calamity. Leave this to me. A resounding voice spoke. The cold humming of a sword was heard, as a figure in gray rushed over at full speed. Dad! Ouyang Chongqing cried out, thrilled and scared. While the others looked on in hope. Northernland's best, Ouyang Lingtian, finally arrived with Heaven's sealing sword to clean up his son's mess. Chapter 10:25 Thunderflame Wraithclaw. Chapter 10:25 Thunderflame Wraithclaw. Proofreader, Papatonks. Heaven's sealing sword art, heaven-breaking strike. A dignified man with a gray robe fluttering in the wind appeared. He had sharp eyes and sharp features. He wielded an azure longsword, giving a dazzling light. Its sharp edge promised to cut everything in creation, even the world, humming all along. The sharp sword energy rushed out of the tip and went for the ice dragon, moving with incredible speed through the air. The others watched in awe as the best in northern lands made his move. As he was in mid-strike, someone shouted at him, "Brother Lingtian, please go easy. The ice dragon has my disciple sealed. Please spare his life." There's actually someone in there? Isn't it like the disaster 2,000 years ago? Ouyang Lingtian's eyes shook from the news and he halted the attack. He looked back to see Western Land's exalted He Ran speaking up. Ouyang Lingtian went back to the raging ice dragon, about to run into Zhuofan. He was hesitating, not knowing where the sealed disciple was under all that ice, and one wrong move would cleave him. By hurting exalted Double Dragon's precious disciple would mean ruining their cooperation, while delaying would also implicate the people it targeted, under the ice's torment from the dragon. The sudden conundrum: had the best in northern lands stuck, save one, and let many die to keep the land's friends still? Or accept the loss of a single life for the good of many? Ouyang Lingtian found it a very tough choice to make. Which was worth it? The alliance or the lives below? It was a headache even for the most righteous characters, but he had omitted one last choice: inaction, leaving the ice dragon to rampage for Zhuofan's group. Now no one could save them. His attack would be too late for the sword energy to reach them in time. The ice dragon would have crushed them to pieces by the time he struck. To others, it looked like Ouyang Lingtian had made no choice when he actually did. Yi Lin was brought at their invitation by exalted He Ran with the promise of safety. With Western Land's crucial situation, his safety was just as vital. Far more so than a few random lives. The righteous path stated that all lives were equal. But when people were involved, that value tended to change to suit their needs. Ouyang Lingtian held the sword tight and sighed. Down below it was life and death, yet the matters of the world had won over his principles. He wanted to save everyone, but he stayed his hand. Not for the life inside the ice dragon, but the ties among the two lands. No matter how huge the collateral, the essential personnel had to be kept alive, lest it would cause tension between factions. Such was the secular world. The five lands' best experts could be all noble as much as they wanted, but it still didn't change the fact they were tied in the vicious interests of the world around them. Shangguan Qinyan had hoped for Ouyang Lingtian's appearance, so that Zhuofan would be saved. but the best in northern lands rescuing strike failed to deliver. It astonished her to no end. Why aren't you doing anything? Yeah, Dad would always help people in need. Why is today any different? Is he afraid of harming innocents from how far we are? Ouyang Chongqing cried out. Murong Shue's brow shook inside. It's not a stray attack he fears, but his already stray heart. The ice dragon roared once more, carrying unstoppable power straight at Zhuofan, surrounding them in a harsh cold mist. The slightest touch would mean being frozen on the spot. Now there was no escape. Junior sister Qingqing, junior sister Shui. Wu Qingqiu cried out, with the others around him nervous for their fate. Shangguan Qingyan cried out in panic, look out, Zhuodesh. There was no stopping the ice dragon's charge. It raised its claw and went for their lives, to crush them to an icy pulp. Shui Ruohua and the other girl stood rooted in place. They glanced at the unfazed Zhuofan, still sitting in his spot, with reproachful gazes. I told you we should run, but you just had to play it cool. Now look what happened, there's nowhere to go now. If you find death so nice, why the hell did you have to drag us with you as well? Look at Qingqing, she's still lost in her own mind. The poor girl is about to fade away, all due to some damn stranger. Well, aren't you all pissed your boss is so stubborn, he just had to have you all die as well? Shui Ruohua turned to the guards then, only to find them just as cool. Shui Ruohua was stumped. Are they all suicidal? You don't mind dying with such a master? Having been around Zhuofan for this long journey, they figured out early on how he operated. From inciting frigid rain sword king, to facing invincible sword, whenever he showed complete calm, then it was proof enough that all would be fine. Zhuofan held Chu Qingqing's hand, her head leaning on his shoulder, in utter tranquility, even more so than usual. So why would they rack their nerves? They had complete trust in Zhuofan's control, worshipping his flawless skills. It could have come from a horde of dragons for all they cared. So long Zhuofan was chill, so were they who. The ice winds blew, surrounding the area in its great power. Even the seats chilled over and froze their rears. It was then the two claws were right on top of them. Shui Ruohua's eyes rolled back, about to faint from terror. The onlookers, Wu Qingqiu, Yan Mo, Murong Shui and the others were filled with worry but equally helpless. Ouyang Lingtian sighed, closing his eyes, unable to bear seeing the result of his choice. They might be collateral, but lives nonetheless that he brought doom upon. He felt he had lost all dignity. Exalted He Ran looked at the three girls below with a shake of his head and guilt. To save Yi Lin and the Western Land's future, he had given up on the expendables. It was certain to all here that Zhuofan's group was finished, sighing at the loss. But the deadly ice claws halted for no reason just above them. To everyone's shock, they watched as a black claw formed between Zhuofan and the ice dragon, blocking the ice claws from coming any closer. What is this? Why isn't he sealed in contact with the ice dragon? One elder shouted in disbelief. The ice dragon seals everything, arts, souls and even yuan qi in its body. How is it that someone is still unaffected when touching it? Ouyang Lingtian watched the spectacle with equal shock, forgetting to even mind his flying, heaven-sealing sword art can no longer seal. That's not possible. Shui Ruohua was waiting for her life to end at the ice dragon's claw, but found it to be late. She cracked an eyelid open and saw the black claw keeping it back with a dumb look. Wasn't this dragon unstoppable? Exalted He Ran couldn't stop it earlier, so why can this man? Sir, Shui Ruohua turned to Zhuofan in shock. Zhuofan only had eyes for Chu Qingqing, who still leaned on his shoulder with a smile. Then he glanced at the halted ice claws with a hard expression. You ruined the mood, bastard. Thunderflame Wraith Claw. His left eye acted up and the black Thunderflame exploded. It spread over the black claw and enlarged it many times into a huge thunderflame claw. The crackling fire filled the air with death. It was a power and aura that struck fear to the core of the disciples and the mighty experts above, including exalted He Ran and Ouyang Lingtian. As for the ice dragon, it actually showed fear under the black thunderflame's power. Its huge icy bulk quaked from it. Chapter 10:26 The Best. Chapter 10:26 The Best. Proofreader, Papatongs. Boom! The dreadful black thunder claw squeezed, and the ice dragon's claws exploded to pieces. The thunder flame made sure to burn them to nothing before they got back to its body. The ice dragon shook from fear, looking terrified. The guy was simply standing at the side, without a care, till now, and gave off no indication it wielded such godly power. Incapable of even being sealed, it flicked its tail, and the scared dragon withdrew as he absorbed the cold icy sword waves from the sky and repaired the damage. Its claws were soon good, as knew Juefan was not about to let it go. Since he had to get involved, he would finish it too. Juefan's eyes shone, and the huge thunderflame claw shot forth to clutch the ice dragon's head, bursting it with a squeeze. The ice was blown away, even if formed from the worldly power, ended up burned to nothing from the thunderflame. The thunderflame claw grabbed further at the body, and took seconds to turn the 300-meter large ice dragon to pieces that had no chance of returning. Sizzling and gone from this world, the thunderclaw grasped one last time and drew a person next to Juefan. Because of the seal placed on him, Yi Lin's mind was hazy, his body wobbling around. Yet he managed to catch some glimpses through the haze. Thank you, elder brother. After all these years, I still can't catch up to you. It's fine, just be more careful next time. Releasing the claw, Juefan looked calm as before, still sitting with Chu Qingqing leaning on his shoulder, having felt nothing of what transpired. Even with all the chaos that went on, along with the ruckus and destruction, Juefan made sure to keep Chu Qingqing shielded from even the slightest tremor. Everyone else, though, was too shell-shocked to react. Ouyang Chongqing was gaping even. It was beyond his expert comprehension how the merchant he asked to come watch turned into a world expert himself. The divine move used to crush the ice dragon was beyond sublime. With the ice dragon using sealing, only a divine sword could touch it, but even his dad would have a hard time doing it. Just who the hell is that freak? Shangguan Qinyan looked on with adoration. But seeing Juefan and Chu Qingqing hand in hand, with the pretty face leaning on his shoulder, her joy plunged into confusion. Who is she to him? Why is he so caring with her? I've never seen him act like this with anyone. Gu Yifan. A sudden cry entered her confused mind and saw Murong Shui frowning with a complex gaze at Juefan. Shangguan Qinyan looked around and rushed to whisper, Sister Shui, are you sure? How can he be that? Gu Yifan? He might wear a mask, but I'll never forget the child next to him. Murong Shui was convinced. I also know the black thunderflame he used as well. Black flames are a rarity across the world. It is him, beyond any doubt. Clenching her fists, Shangguan Qinyan lowered her head. How am I supposed to turn this around when Sister Shui is dead set on her suspicion? Curses, Sister Shui is too much of a stickler for righteousness and will definitely tell others what to do. Shangguan Qinyan was anxious while looking from Juefan to Murong Shui. Murong Shui picked on her cues and whispered, Yenner, did you already know him? And no way. Only what I heard from you, haha. Shangguan Qinyan flinched and forced a straight face on Murong Shui's hard stare was unnerving. Yenner, you don't then? Then why were you so nervous seeing him about to get hurt? Fess up, did you know he was here? Shangguan Qinyan caved under Murong Shui's hard stare, squeezing a helpless nod. Yet you still covered for him? Do you have any idea how dangerous he is? Sister Shui, he said he came here to save his son. He's no threat to our lands. And you believed him? Of course I did. He helped get our soaring sword back. Shangguan Qinyan turned defiant under the assault, speaking with conviction, and I saw how much he cared for his son. He won't ever use his son as an excuse, especially when his life is on the line. Murong Shue's eyes shook and frowned and thought Shangguan Qinyan was anxious. Sister Shue, I beg of you, don't tell on him, please. He's not bad. If he's so nice, then there's no good left in the world. Murong Shue rolled her eyes, then sighed as she looked at Zhuofan. I don't need to say anything. His attack painted a target on him. The Sea Bright sect will place a high value on him, and it's just a matter of time before he's found out. Then let him fake for a while longer. Shangguan Qinyan sighed as looked at Zhuofan with deep concern. Murong Shue sighed, and shook her head. One guard saw everything that had happened and whispered to Zhuofan, Sir, I fear we're now the center of attention. Our cover will be blown. I know. Zhuofan glanced at the peaceful Chu Qingqing and smiled. But it was all worth it. Qingqing shouldn't have been like these for so many years, and should close her eyes and get well. It's what I owe her, what I... Zhuofan looked lost, and the guard understood. As he retreated, Shui Ruohua stared into Zhuofan's expressive eyes with astonishment. Sir, why do I find you familiar? Have we met? Zhuofan remained silent. Whoosh. Exalted He Ran suddenly landed before them, giving a long look to Zhuofan. He helped Yi Lin from the ground and cupped his hands. Thank you, sir, for your help. How may I address you? Steward Qian Fan. Zhuofan replied. Exalted He Ran started. Qian clan, from the northern lands. Yes. Oh, northern lands have such amazing talent. Exalted He Ran gave him one last look, then cursed inside. He thought Yi Lin and Zhuofan from western lands were the peak of what was humanly possible in terms of talent. Now he found that there was one more obscene genius. From northern lands, talent comes in all sizes in every generation and from anywhere. The world will change. Exalted He Ran inspected Yi Lin's weak body, then said to Shui Ruohua, Take Qingqing, I'm taking you back to look after your wounds. Hold. Shui Ruohua rushed to obey and take Chu Qingqing, but Zhuofan intervened. Zhuofan looked at Chu Qingqing with her eyes closed and said, Only brother here is wounded. Senior can just take him. Miss needs peace to get well, don't disturb her. You can all mind yourself, since he is far more important to you, sir. It's best if you don't delay his healing. Exalted He Ran knew sarcasm when he heard it. A clear criticism for abandoning them over Yi Lin. He sighed and cupped his hands again before leaving with Yi Lin. Shui Ruohua was stumped as to what to do. Whoosh. Ouyang Lingtian came next on the stage and raised his hand at the uncaring son, who was now shaking in fear at his dad's presence. You fool, you almost sent us all to oblivion, you know that. I know, the elders told me. He held his head with a guilty look, quickly changing topics. But shouldn't we be tending to the world channel and seal it first? We need to stop the power from flowing in. Why is there no more sword energy in the sky? Ouyang. Lingtian huffed in anger. There's no need to seal it, not when it closed itself. How peculiar, then. Weren't you saying that you were clueless and that the elders had to fill you in? Ouyang Lingtian railed it on him. Damn brat, listen up. The worldly power needs to be drawn into the secular world to be controlled. To simplify, your art did that. The world went berserk because you changed the target of the drawing. Like before, the ice dragon became the target, making it so the worldly power focused on him. Once the ice dragon is no more, then there's no one drawing it. Of course the world will return to normal. Ouyang Chongqing bobbed his head. A weak and yet firm voice reached them. Ouyang Chongqing, let's fight again. It was Yi Lin who was now carried away by Exalted He Ran. Humph. Just a fight. Next time I'll just use one art to beat you again. Let me tell you, the best in the alliance will one day be yours truly, ha ha ha. Bam! Ouyang Lingtian had enough of his boasting and cuffed him over the head. You're fighting nothing. Haven't you caused enough trouble? And I thought the best in the four lands had been settled already. Ouyang Lingtian's eyes shone as he looked at Zhuofan. Everyone stared as well in realization, maybe not only the best disciple in the alliance. Chapter 1027, Watched. Chapter 1027, Watched. Proofreader, Papatongs. Ouyang Chongqing felt conflicted as he looked at Zhuofan. He could tell the other was strong, but did not mean he was ready to admit it. Unless a proper match is taking place, no one can say who's stronger. What's the point? That exchange was enough to show the difference between you. Ouyang Lingtian gave him a sharp glare, then spoke heavily. That ice dragon is something you and the Western Land's disciple have made with your power. It can be said he fought both of you then and easily beat it. He is far above you in this aspect and… Ouyang Lingtian grew silent at the end and Ouyang Chongqing got curious, and… The ice dragon used your strongest heaven-sealing sword art, yet he easily broke it. This shows he is above you. He is in another class than you who are fighting for the best disciple in the Four Lands. You just can't win against him. Murong Shui was the one to finish Ouyang Lingtian's words. He was staring at his father with eyes filled with questions, and Ouyang Lingtian nodded. Shui is right. I've been fighting for so many years, but not once have I seen any divine sword's power being restrained. Not even invincible swords' sundering sword art has such power. But who is he? Ouyang Lingtian stared at Zhuofan filled with doubt. The others were also curious, trying to guess his background. At the very least, they could rule out being a tiny steward to some merchant clan. Murong Shui kept her promise to Shangguan Qinyan and did not say a word. Not like they needed her help, since Zhuofan gave himself away in broad daylight. He was in the limelight, and there was no escaping it. Bright sect was not about to overlook such a mysterious and dangerous element slipping into their home. Either they were all looking tense, trying to pick his every tell. Zhuofan acted oblivious, just sitting there with a girl on his shoulder, not wanting to disturb her. I am Ouyang Lingtian of Bright sect. Who might Sir be, and where do you come from? What brings you to the Bright sect? Seeing how the strange mood had no effect on Zhuofan, Ouyang Lingtian came over before this seemingly radiant stage cultivator. He dared not disrespect in the least. The rest looked intently at the exchange. Ouyang Chongqing still refused to believe what was happening. His father, the best in Northern Lands, was paying respects to some junior. It only went to prove how much the best in Northern Lands evaluated Zhuofan, no less than at his level, since he got rid of the heaven-sealing sword art in one move. It meant that such power was the nemesis of the heaven-sealing sword. As its wielder, he was definitely concerned. While the cultivation was far below, the skill used put him on edge. Zhuofan gave him a look and knew he could no longer play innocent, having got to his usual mysterious and calculative self. He regarded the extremely respectful Northern Lands senior and spoke casually. Senior Ouyang, I am only a steward of the Qian clan coming to deliver goods. Let's leave it at that. Qian steward? Ha ha ha, does Sir take me for a child? We know everything about the Qian clan and there's no one like you among it. Ouyang Lingtian shook his head. I don't want to force Sir to be honest, but the situation is critical now. Your sudden presence here terrifies us all. I have no choice but to offend Sir to avoid any problems. I can only ask for your forgiveness. Ouyang Lingtian's face was cold, giving the elders a look. The dozens of Genesis stage elders had the merchant group surrounded the guards tensed, awaiting for Zhuofan's orders. Shangguan Qinyan started, clenching her fists with a frown and a pained heart. Murong Shui shook her head, while the Western Lands disciples and Bright sect disciples watched the events unfold. Shui Ruohua and the other girl were just confused, looking at Zhuofan in wonderment. How did he turn dangerous? Who is he to need to arrest him? Zhuofan didn't move, still, looking gracefully at the peaceful girl leaning on him. He then glanced at Ouyang Lingtian. Senior Ouyang, could you give me a moment to sit better? Sit better? What for? Ouyang Lingtian had no idea what trick Zhuofan was trying to pull. Zhuofan shook his head. Senior Ouyang, I just want to sit and nothing else. After all the destruction the ice dragon caused, it will make for a nice sunset to enjoy with the ice covering everything. Enjoy the sunset? Ouyang Lingtian's brow twitched, looking around the icy and snow-covered ruins, then at Zhuofan with a dumb look. What's up with this guy? There's no shock, panic, fear, nor anger, just the intention to watch the scenery? Is he all right? Ouyang Lingtian was floored by the deep eyes behind the eagle mask. Zhuofan's request had him stumped. The others let Ouyang Lingtian take the lead, and would not stop now, so all were looking dumb at Zhuofan, who just wanted to enjoy twilight. They had seen their fair share of people in their long lives as cultivators, against sly weasels or rash fools, but Zhuofan took the cake. Chu Qingqing opened her eyes, much clearer than before, but still vacant. She then left Zhuofan's side. Qingqing is awake. Shui Ruohua lit up and spoke in gratitude. After all these years, this is the first time she had such a peaceful rest. Even with all the chaos around, it's a miracle she could sleep for so long. Shui Ruohua teared up. Zhuofan nodded at Chu Qingqing and said, Senior Ouyang, let's go. Miss Shui, I'll leave Miss Chu in your care. Did you stay like that so you won't disturb her? Ouyang Lingtian saw Zhuofan showing no change, but then it hit him. I get it now. Sir, after you. Ouyang Lingtian gestured, and a couple elders approached Zhuofan to detain him. Zhuofan didn't fight, walking away with a deep gaze as Shui Ruohua held Chu Qingqing. Qingqing, after I save young Sanzi, I will come get you and will never leave your side again. Pa. He barely made a step as Chu Qingqing reached out and gripped Zhuofan's hand. Zhuofan started and looked on with hope. Is Qingqing awake? What he saw was the same empty eyes, even as her soft hand held on to him, like something precious, unwilling to let go. Shui Ruohua tried to pull her, but the grip wouldn't give. Shui Ruohua was awkward, looking puzzled. What's got into Chu Qingqing? Zhuofan knew that she reached for him out of instinct no matter when or where. Even with her faded mind, her memories gone, her feelings would never change. Chu Qingqing was holding on to Zhuofan all because of those feelings. Zhuofan's heart was in pain again, speaking firmly to Ouyang Lingtian. Senior Ouyang, could you also bring Miss wherever you're taking me? Chapter 1028. Snow Peak 4 Elders. Chapter 1028. Snow Peak 4 Elders. Proofreader, Papatongs. Sure, as long as the people from Western lands agree. He gave Chu Qingqing a long look and understood the situation, that it would not help Zhuofan's case either way. By looking at their hands so tightly held, Ouyang Lingtian had a guess as to what they might be. There was no reason not to indulge him this small request, and nodded. He couldn't just as well turn antagonistic, not before having an idea of who Zhuofan was, where he came from, and the side he took. Zhuofan gave a smile and a nod, then turned to Shui Ruohua. She got the idea. Seeing how Chu Qingqing and him were so close, it might actually work in Chu Qingqing's favor and help her recover faster. She gave her approval and let go of Chu Qingqing's hands. Chu Qingqing showed a faint smile, finally at Zhuofan's side and sticking to his arm like glue. Bright Sex Elder escorted Zhuofan and the guards under careful watch, just like prisoner Shangguan Qinyan witnessed from the side, with worry for Zhuofan on one hand, and confusion on the other. Zhuofan had never been thoughtful to any woman around her, to the point he'd even do all he could not to disturb her sleep. But who is she? Junior Sister Shui, what is going on? Who is he, and why did you let Junior Sister Qingqing go with him? I don't know either, but they seem to be very close. Qingqing felt at peace around him. I believe that letting her stay with him will help her recover. Wu Qingqiu rushed to Shui Ruohua for an answer, but she didn't know much else either. Yan Mo grumbled. How can you be so careless? He's too much of an enigma and has the Bright sect watching him. By letting Chu Qingqing go with him might end up with using her as a shield in the end. How are we going to save her then, in Bright sect's home no less? They wouldn't just cave under his conditions just because you're a Western lands disciple. What else was I supposed to do? You saw it too, her hands were glued to him and wouldn't let go. Her mind is lost, so of course she's being hard on us. Don't you get that simple truth? Why you? Yen Mo and Shui Ruohua bickered, with Wu Qingqiu frowning in thought. He then rushed over and cupped his hands at Ouyang Lingtian. Senior Ouyang, my junior sister with a frail mind has now gone with that unknown man. I only ask Senior to look after her if anything happens. I understand, you don't have to say it. But there's no need to worry, since he has no ill will towards your junior sister. Ouyang Lingtian cut him off with a dismissive wave. Wu Qingqiu looked lost. Senior, how are you so sure? His feelings for your junior sister are plain to see, and she leans on him too. This can't be fake. Ouyang Lingtian spoke. I've been around for many years and can read a situation. Your junior sister will be in complete safety at his side, ha ha ha. Ouyang Lingtian laughed and patted his shoulder, then left them there confused. Ouyang Lingtian walked to his son and raised his hand, making Ouyang Chongqing tuck his head and kneel with a sullen look. Ouyang Lingtian watched his reckless and wild son with gnashed teeth, lowering his hand in the end, resorting to chiding. Damn it, boy, have you any idea what storm you stirred today? You not only caused so much harm to your fellow disciples, sealed as they are, needing to be taken to Heaven's Sealing Pavilion to recover, you also forced me to take the Heaven's Sealing Sword from its place, weakening the barrier. What if Invincible Sword used this chance to strike? If the sect fell, it would all be on you. I need to get the sword back at once and report to sect leader about Steward Qian. Once everything is settled, I'll come deal with you. Ouyang Lingtian flicked his sleeve and flew away, leaving Ouyang Chongqing with a pained gaze and disgruntled face. Then I wish for it to never settle. As long as Dad's busy, he won't deal with me. This Ouyang Chongqing. Murong Shui could read him like a book, shaking her head and saying, Yenner, don't you think he hasn't matured one bit? Yenner Shangguan Qinyan wasn't there, though Wu Qingqiu had got Ouyang Lingtian's answer and consoled his group before leaving as well as he went. Wu Qingqiu's mind was deep in thought. Shui Ruohua suddenly found her path blocked by someone unexpected. Miss, are you? Shangguan Qinyan from Eastern Lands. She made a bow. Shui Ruohua looked puzzled. Miss Shangguan, why have you suddenly appeared like this? I want to know everything about that lady, down to the smallest detail. Can you tell me? Shangguan Qinyan looked straight in Shui Ruohua's eyes. Shui Ruohua started in confusion. Why is she interested in Qingqing? Shui Ruohua gauged her restless eyes and nodded in the end. An hour later, the moon now replaced the sun in the sky. As the night fell, a flash of light appeared on Beyond Heaven Island, on the highest pavilion, connecting it to the sky, making it a true abode of immortals. Ouyang Lingtian appeared here, walking towards the copper pillar, 2 meters tall by ½ meter wide, covered in signs that glowed faintly. He took a deep breath, and presented the Heaven Sealing Sword with utmost respect. I have borrowed the Divine Sword and now come to return it. I ask the 4 venerables to activate the barrier and put the Divine Sword in its rightful place. Ha ha ha, that was quick. An aged voice echoed in the pavilion, followed by the appearance of 4 elders with white beards on each side of the copper pillar. Lingtian, we have lent the sword on account of the sect being in mortal danger. Now that you have come to return it, we would like some answers. Ouyang Lingtian shook his head. The misfortune of the sect came upon by my wretched son, almost unleashing a calamity. Ouyang Lingtian sighed and gave a full account of the event. The elders turned grave. Chongqing is a good seed with his amazing talent, but it got to his head and affects his mind. The stronger he is, the bigger the fall. Lingtian, he's your son and you need to set him straight. Regardless of his great future, it will only bring glory to the sect as long as he walks on the righteous path. But if he turns evil, the world will suffer. He cannot be indulged. I shall take Venerable's advice to heart. Ouyang Lingtian felt ashamed. The 4 made signs and the barrier on the pillar opened. One elder gestured and the Heaven Sealing Sword in Ouyang Lingtian's hands flew above the copper pillar. Hovering quietly, the elders changed their signs and the barrier was restored. The Heaven Sealing Sword shone brightly in an icy blue glow, but with barrier in place, it did not travel far. Sucked in by the copper pillar, the entire sect's barrier shook then and took on an icy blue glow, mystical and enchanting. The four elders nodded. Now the sect barrier is strong and peace is restored. Not even invincible sword can get in, ha ha ha. Yes, venerables, I shall now take my leave as I have matters to discuss with sect leader. Patriarch bowed. The four waved him off and he withdrew. Their eyes, however, failed to notice a delicate shadow watching on like a viper. That's why there's not a guard around Heaven's Sealing Pavilion. The strongest four sword guardians, Snow Peak four elders, watch it. The pillar's shadow wiggled and Baliyu appeared in the darkness, looking at the four elders with a frown. The four combined have the power of a sword king, just as strong as Ouyang Lingtian. Getting the sword will be difficult, not to mention a long battle that will draw in more trouble. What to do? Chapter 1029 Desperate Measures. Chapter 1029 Desperate Measures. Proofreader, Papatonks. Baliyu stared hard at the four elders from the shadows, hesitation plaguing her heart. Zhuofan had her take the sword tonight, but it was obvious that wouldn't go as smoothly in the best sect of northern lands, even for a sword king like herself. God damn it, what now? I'm not good when it comes to thinking. Baliyu couldn't see any way out of this. What would that punk do? Seeing him always coming up with a plan for everything, then this situation oughtn't be any different. Why can't I think of anything then? She was scrounging up all the brain power she could muster for a way out, though she still came up empty. The Heaven's Sealing Sword was behind a barrier and was also powering it. That meant she no longer had any way of taking it by force. To say nothing of the four strong elders guarding it, it was a flawless defense that she had no way of breaching. Should I just go back and ask him? Thinking about it, Baliyu's mind wandered, but then shook the thought away. No, I agreed to take the sword tonight. Getting stuck and going to him for help will only make him laugh at me. I am the great frigid rain sword king, for crying out loud. Though it's clear that force won't give me any result. What do I do then? What's more, I can't see any way of passing the unbreakable defense, so what could he do? Yeah, he can't do anything either. Besides, he had me come here to scout, while taking the sword over an afternoon is too hasty. His plan's the one with issues here, having nothing to do with me. Even if I dump this problem on him, he can't solve it either. Yep, definitely no solution. So there's no indignity in going back with an unsolvable problem. Baliyu found the perfect excuse and simply gave up. She blended with the darkness and slipped away. She was going to Zhuofan to complain about this impossible task, although Zhuofan had other matters to attend to at the moment, with the Sea Bright sect setting its eyes on him. In the Sea Bright sect's hall, Ouyang Lingtian stepped lightly and was stunned by what he saw. Besides sect leader Lingtian, there was also exalted He Ran and Sun Sea sect's Buxingyan. Ouyang Lingtian soon came to a realization and bowed. Sect leader, I assume you know. Of course. Ling Yuntian pointed at the two. Exalted He Ran and sect leader Bu had explained everything. I knew there was something special about Steward Qian, but even I didn't think he'd be so extraordinary. I'm stunned to hear that he destroyed a spirit formed by the worldly power in one blow. You know as well as I that only with the help of a divine sword can we hope to fight back when the power of the world converges. Buxingyan rolled his eyes. Sect leader Ling, why are you still praising him? He's a spy, Central Areas. My sect has already found him out. This only proves it. That's too soon to tell. Exalted He Ran waved. His skills are baffling and equally strong, but there's little evidence to support he came to Sea Bright sect for nefarious reasons. Wild speculation will only harm the innocent. Harm an innocent? What kind of good can a man of unknown background bring in coming to Sea Bright sect? If not a Central Area spy, what, here to wish long life at sect leader Ling's birthday? So what if he is innocent? In these times of crisis, desperate measures are a must, like culling all unknown elements. Absolutely not, it will only bring more problems if we just kill without finding out who he is. Exalted He Ran refuted that proposal, frowning at the dreaded outcome Buxingyun mocked. Are you talking about the buzzing news about Devil Mountain's calamity? Humph, Exalted He Ran must now be paranoid. First of all, no one has ever seen Devil Mountain and it can just as well be fake. Secondly, even if it's real, you think its disciples are all over the place? You think you're just going to bump into one at every step? The chances this time are high. Exalted He Ran winced. His strength is beyond comprehension. How many youths in the lands can match him? Who else but Devil Mountain could bring about such a disciple? If he does come from there, all the more reason we cannot mess with him. Devil Mountain must have sapped all your nerves. If Devil Mountain's disciple is against Northern lands, are we just going to watch with a smile? Devil Mountain never involves itself with secular matters. As long as we don't touch them, they won't bother us either. What if they touch us? No, this has never happened before. All right. Lingtian stepped in their quarrel, shouting, "This is the Sea Bright sect. We decide how we handle suspects here. It's not your problem to consider." The two huffed in anger. Lingtian sighed and said, "Lingtian, how did you deal with him?" "I dared not do anything without sect leader's approval. From what I've learned of his actions, he is not just anyone and would not make things harder. For now, the elders have sealed their yuan qi and placed it behind a barrier, awaiting sect leader's orders." "And what about the matter of the sealed soaring sword?" Lingtian asked. Ouyang. Lingtian shook his head. "The sealing and breaking ways from the heaven sealing sword we know of should be supreme, but it seems this seal on soaring sword is so strange that neither method, or any other, work. It makes us wonder who the culprit could be to know of such incredible sealing. We will need time to research it before we can break it. Shangguan Feixiong is one stubborn fool, insisting on releasing the seal all by himself, even after half a year of fruitless result. If it hadn't been for us two old men stumbling upon this 3 days ago, we might have never known. Ha ha ha. Exalted He Ran sighed. Ouyang. Lingtian nodded. He Ran, you have the cheek to say that? You'd never tell us either. It'd still be in the dark if it weren't for Murong Lai calling me to help. The old coot had us keep our lips sealed so he wouldn't look bad. You two geezers have no sense of priorities to actually agree with him." Ouyang. Lingtian rolled his eyes. Lingtian turned grave. "The unsealing of the soaring sword takes the highest priority as of now. Once the seal is lifted and all leaders of every land gathered, we can then investigate Steward Qian and discuss how to address the issue." They all agreed, with only Buxingyun grumbling, "Just kill him and be done with it." Also, Lingtian glared at him. "Sect leader Bu, you're in Sea Bright sect. Could you please respect our rules? Keep your eyes to yourself." Buxingyun winced. "Sect leader Ling, what's that supposed to mean?" "Ha ha ha, sect leader Bu is sure to know. In the Sea Bright sect, I know everything that's happening. You had your disciple monitor Qian Fan's group. How else would you have known so fast and be the first to report to me on this matter? I am only doing it for the safety of Sea Bright sect. Sect leader Ling, please don't misunderstand." Buxingyun gave a forced smile. Lingtian patted his shoulder with a smile. "If sect leader Bu wants me not to misunderstand, then please take actions that aren't subjected to suspicion. Try not to overstep again." Buxingyun gave him a long look and shook as he nodded. "This guy ain't as kind on the inside as on the outside." In a rather spacious cell, Zhuofan's team sat calmly with their cultivation sealed. The walls were unbreakable, and even many spatial barriers in place to prevent any from getting out. Xiaoer was the only one overlooked, the Sea Bright sect elders buying into her actually genuine childish act. How tough could a child be? Zhuofan looked calm, ignoring the dark mood in the cell, holding on to the pretty girl's hand. "Sir, what do we do now? It's completely opposite from our plan." One guard asked. Zhuofan shook his head. If the plan can't keep up with reality, it can only adapt to include the changes. At worst, we'll be waiting a few days in here before we get to work. They're not letting us out of their sights. Is Sir that sure? Why else would I be so calm? Now stop talking. Zhuofan glared at him and sighed as he turned to the numb Chu Qingqing. I'm happy that this at least lets us be together. With how dangerous the trip to the North Sea is, even one moment more is enough. Clap. Clapping resounded in the empty place, followed by laughter. Ha ha ha, I was right. Brother Zhua, it's really you. You're still alive and finally came back. Chapter 1030. Constant Visitation. Chapter 1030. Constant Visitation. Proofreader, Papatonks. With a shaky brow behind the eagle mask, Zhuofan looked beyond the bars on reflex. The jail door opened with a creak and the unchanged figure of Wu Qingqiu stepped in before him with a pleased smile. He looked in excitement as he got closer and closer to Zhuofan. Zhuofan shook his head with a chuckle. What gave it away? Of everyone on this heaven's green earth, only Brother Zhua would ever feel so much love for junior sister Qingqing. This goes both ways as well, with junior sister Qingqing only ever trusting Brother Zhua from the bottom of her heart. Wu Qingqiu's eyes shone and sighed. I had a hard time believing that a good friend who has been gone for so many years would appear before me. It was thanks to Senior Ouyang's words that had me jump to such a wild conclusion. He said you would never harm junior sister out of love, and he was right. That leaves only you who has such undying love for her. Thus the only solution, however impossible and no matter how unlikely the person, is the most probable. For which I have come to see if you're real. Zhuofan shook his head. He traced the eagle mask and slowly lowered it. Brother Wu is wise beyond his years. You found me out. Without me or Yi Lin back then, Western Lands would have had you as its best disciple. Brother Wu is without equal. I knew it. Why, you're really here. Ignoring his words, Wu Qingqiu took in his calm smile and sharp eyes as emotions overwhelmed him. He needed a good minute to get his heart to calm down. It was truly a shot in the darkest of abysses, yet it ended up being real. Where have you been all these years, even leaving your wife behind? Zhuofan looked back and said nothing. Wu Qingqiu glanced at the ever-soothed yet vacant Chu Qingqing on his arm with a crestfallen look. A man always wants to leave his mark. Whatever business you had that needed finishing, no one could have stopped you. Junior sister Qingqing is very reasonable and would have let you go. The least you could have done was to come back safely and not do this to junior sister. Her hair not only turned white but she also closed her mind to everyone. As for you, I see you've recovered from your pain, by the looks of your fine black hair, doing quite well for yourself. I barely recognized you. Wu Qingqiu's tone held some blame and anger at how Zhuofan treated Chu Qingqing, who he saw as a good sister. Zhuofan had no retort, taking in all of his rebuke. You have been someone we admire the most, especially by Yenmo and of course by little junior brother. Wu Qingqiu glared at him. You've excelled in mind and in strength, earning our full respect. When we heard that you had been killed, many of us wanted revenge. We had taken upon ourselves to take care of the widow you left behind. Even that rampant Yenmo is thoughtful towards junior sister Qingqing, all because everyone in our generation sees you as the true best in Western Lands. And what did you do? Faked your death and vanished for 4 or 5 years. You have let down junior sister Qingqing, who has always been hoping for your return, and you have let down your brothers who looked up to you. Wu Qingqiu's tone only grew angrier. Zhuofan took a deep breath, feeling shame. Be it 4 or 5 years, it's still a long time. I believed that I could take on everything myself. Qingqing would have been in pain but then followed by relief as in a decade or two, her wound would begin to heal and in 50 years she would have moved on. A century later, she wouldn't even remember me. The deepest love would be buried in the sands of time, right? But Zhuofan felt his heart bleed every time he looked into those dull eyes of his wife. Junior sister Qingqing didn't even wait. The moment you were proclaimed dead, her heart died with you. Wu Qingqiu was grave. I just want to know, why didn't you come back if you were safe? No matter how much you changed, she still could tell it was you even back at the stage. Maybe if you stay with her, you could open her heart again. In the matters of the heart, only the cause can heal it. No pill in this world can heal her, for you are her cure. Zhuofan shook his head in desolation. I cannot see her, because I hope she will learn to forget me. Why? It's for her own good. I don't want to hurt her. Zhuofan squeezed her hand. If I die tomorrow, am I supposed to let her die with me? Wu Qingqiu started. What's that supposed to mean? My life isn't my own and can be reaped at a whim. I just don't want to burden her. Zhuofan gave a long sigh. Wu Qingqiu was stunned. I may not know what trouble you're in, but I can see your point. Are you saying that all you've done was for her to live? Zhuofan nodded, his eyes glazing from being weary. Sorry, I forgot myself there. I should have known you'd never be so cruel to junior sister Qingqing. Wu Qingqiu relented and bowed after some thought. Zhuofan waved his hand. It's fine, telling me off actually made me feel a bit better. I am rather very grateful to you and all who took the time to look after Qingqing these years. Wu Qingqiu shook his head. It's what a fellow brother does, all natural. What natural? You don't understand women at all. A nagging voice came out from behind. If I may say so, and the eldest senior brother of Double Dragon Manor, you should be tearing into this cruel man for dumping his wife. The two looked back to see with a start that it was Shangguan Qinyan with red eyes from crying and looking at them with indignation. Zhuofan was puzzled. What are you doing here? What do you think the jail of Sea Bright Sect is? This isn't a playground. Yeah, I told seniors outside not to let anyone disturb us. Why can you? Wu Qingqiu looked baffled at her bang. Shangguan Qinyan stomped on her way over, cursing in the meantime. I know you're Double Dragon Manor's eldest senior brother Wu Qingqiu, and that those seniors let you in because of your importance in Double Dragon Manor, but you're just a disciple. I, however, am the young miss of the Shangguan clan, the apple of my father's eye. So who do you think those oldies will favor more? Wu Qingqiu was lost for words. True, Double Dragon Manor is leading Western lands, but I'm just a disciple within its grounds. No matter how much favor I have, it'll last for a few decades tops. When the next batch of new guys come, I'll soon be forgotten. While the Shangguan clan of Eastern lands would always hold their young miss in the highest regard regardless. Their statuses were just worlds apart. Those oldies would of course not step on Eastern lands' young miss toes the most. Wu Qingqiu rolled his eyes and grumbled, Sea Bright Sect's elders sure are tough. He failed to notice that they wouldn't let a Western lands disciple see their greatest suspect unless they were tough. It was all due to not wanting to piss off Double Dragon Manor that was behind him that they let him through, as pissing off Double Dragon Manor meant pissing off all of Western lands. They couldn't take the blame. The same went for Shangguan Qinyan, so this young missy stormed into the jail, and right in Zhuofan's face as she glared, young Miss Shangguan, did I do something to anger you? Zhuofan looked confused. Shangguan Qinyan's lip trembled and nodded. Yeah, you did. Because you have no clue what women think. Come again? Zhuofan paused, turning to Wu Qingqiu for answers, but he was just as clueless, offering an unhelpful shrug. Zhuofan, I know all about you and your wife, every single detail. Shangguan Qinyan's eyes flared with anger. You've gone through so much together, so why are you such a blockhead? Don't you see what she wants? Zhuofan winced, turning grave. Chapter 1031, Breakout. Chapter 1031, Breakout. Proofreader, Papatonks. Staring at Zhuofan's clueless face, Shangguan Qinyan sighed and her features softened. You said in the central area that you abandoned your wife because she would die with you, right? But what if that was what she wanted? Well, I didn't. Fan spoke heavily. I just couldn't have her enter hell because of me. It's like pushing her into the abyss. I'm no saint, but this is something I could never do. Yet your wife was more than happy to join you in hell. No, unacceptable. Fan shook his head. She wants to be with me, so of course I want to as well. But being selfish for a brief period would get her killed, something I don't want to see. That's why it's better if she forgets me. Fan caressed Chu Qingqing's white hair, hurt just by seeing her so unresponsive. But not like this. I only hoped she would forget me alone. She forgot everyone, even herself, all but you, right? Shangguan Qinyan glanced at the dull gaze of Chu Qingqing and teared up again. Fan shook and closed his eyes. Recalling how Chu Qingqing shunned Annie at the fight earlier, while only showing fondness to him, a stranger in an eagle mask, he hurt even more. Shangguan Qinyan lowered her head and sighed. I don't want eternity, only a moment. Fan, these were Chu Qingqing's last words. Do you know what they mean? What? I've pressed senior sister Ruohua for every detail, and she said Miss Chu had always been muttering this right before she lost herself. Shangguan Qinyan sighed. Sir Zhua is a man of lofty ambitions and achievements. Be it as Fan or Gu Yifan, any place that he's found in is bound to be overturned and danger to follow. Miss Chu was ready. Since she chose you, she was willing to accept everything. She didn't mind not spending eternity together, as long as she was there next to you. This was her deepest wish, but you had been so selfish and decided by yourself to cut it off. You said it's all for her, so she could be safe and away from you, but did you ever stop to think what she wanted? You gave her all you could, but robbed her of all she wanted. She is living well, but she might as well be dead. Sir Zhua, is this your love for her? Such selfishness. Fan's eyes shook, his body trembled, filled with regret as he looked at Chu Qingqing's dull features. I was truly wrong. True demonic cultivators can break away from the hypocrisies and deceits, but they can't fight love, ha ha ha. Fan's eyes were filled with sorrow. A demon should never have felt attachment. Attachment cuts off the demonic path and traps you. I could scheme over anything in the world, but always become powerless in the face of love. I wanted what's best for my wife, but ended up hurting her the most. If this was a backlash, then Fan admitted he failed in this aspect. Not only was his wife hurt, but he was crushed in this battle as well. Fan stood with a blank stare, with Shangguan Qinyan and Wu Qingqiu feeling his pain. The greatest pain in the world was having the opposite outcome of what you intended. What he thought would get him the best of both worlds ended up with him losing everything. A sudden hand gently landed on Fan's confused face. Fan looked startled at Chu Qingqing, running her hand through his hair in an effort to console him. Alas, those same empty eyes stared back into his soul. Wu Qingqiu lit up. Brother Zhua, don't lose heart. Ever since you came, junior sister Qingqing has shown great improvement. I believe that as long as Brother Zhua stays, junior sister Qingqing is sure to get better. Yes, now that I'm here, I will help her get well and never leave again. Touching the gentle hand on his hair, Fan stood and looked in Chu Qingqing's eyes as he spoke. Even in death, I will always hold your hand. I won't let you walk the earth alone ever again. Shangguan Qinyan and Wu Qingqiu nodded with a smile. Though the former felt her own heartache. She was happy that Fan reunited with his dear wife, but it was also the cause of her pain in the end. She rooted for the pair, to have a happy reunion and be together. As for herself, she felt great even only being young Sanzi's aunt. Shangguan Qinyan smiled, brighter than ever before. Wu Qingqiu looked dumbstruck as he smiled back. Chu Qingqing began to show signs of a smile too, a flicker of life coming and going in her empty eyes. Bam! The jail door was slammed open, making them jump. A bloody corpse missing an arm and leg flew in. The feisty woman showing up waltzed inside and shouted at Fan. Brat, you alright? I came to get you out. Who are you? There are 30 Genesis stage experts outside. How did you get in here? Wu Qingqiu gasped. The woman smirked. What can 30 puny Genesis old farts do anyway? They should be proud they could hold me for even a second. But what's with this jail's design, putting 2 soul harmony stage brats as guards at the end? I say, they're more and more rotten, ha ha ha. She flashed before the 2 with bloodthirst, ready to end them. Wu Qingqiu's eyes widened in panic. With how strong she looked, she of course had no trouble dealing with the Genesis elders outside, and silently too. She is deadly. She could kill them as easily as squashing ants, and they couldn't even make a peep. While at it, Wu Qingqiu grew grave and pale, sighing. Just what was wrong with today, always putting them in imminent danger. Stop, Yu. It was then a shout came. The bloodthirst-fueled finger halted, and she looked from them to Zhuofan. What's the point in letting them live? Bali Yu failed to get the sword from the heaven-sealing pavilion, and came back to discuss it with Zhuofan. There she found their team locked up, so while her head didn't always work straight, her fist was more than enough to compensate. She made the bright decision to break Zhuofan out and ask his big brain for a plan. Having him stuck behind bars left her with no clue what to do next. They're friends coming for a visit, not guards. Don't hurt them. Zhuofan waved. Whether accustomed or not, she actually listened with a shrug and patted the 2. Oh, on the same side, ha ha ha. Sorry about that, don't mind it. It's fine, just don't mind it at all, ha ha ha. Wu Qingqiu looked tense, giving Zhuofan a puzzled look. What the hell has he been up to these years? Where did she find this powerhouse? Is she from Devil Mountain too? Oh, Devil Mountain. With all the memories being refreshed, he forgot to ask if Devil Mountain was real or just a thorough lie. But then, glancing at Bali Yu, Wu Qingqiu flinched and kept his doubts to himself. Better leave it for later. Shangguan Qinyan was so terrified, she couldn't even make a peep. Bali Yu ignored the harmless brats and mocked. Hey, Steward Qian, what's going on? I've been out with work for a bit and you got yourself imprisoned? You even had me come break you out. Steward Qian, has your shrewd mind finally come up empty for once? Hee hee. How stuck up you are. Zhuofan turned to the others with a smile. See this face, allow me to teach you a life lesson. The next time you see someone like this, you're to step on it and beat it without remorse. For the moment one gets cocky over nothing, you'll come to regret having not hit it when you could. Bali Yu giggled, but then her face sank. Chapter 1032. You Can Go. Chapter 1032. You Can Go. Proofreader, Papatongs. Bali Yu gnashed her teeth and spat. Rotten punk, you let your mouth run off and ended up in jail. Now I come to save you out of the kindness of my heart, but instead of thanks you're mocking me? What would you have done if I hadn't come along? Who asked you anyway? Zhuofan scoffed with a raised eyebrow, holding on to Chu Qingqing's hand. I was even hoping to stay here for a couple of days. Miss Yu is free to leave. I'm stuck here behind the barriers and can't go. Bye. Hey! Bali Yu's face twitched, annoyed with him to the extreme. She came to the rescue, but the more she looked, she noticed they were unlike any prisoners she saw. They were more like guests. Is this your home? Are you free to come and go as you please? I even had to go through the guards. Burning with anger, Bali Yu stopped her cursing when she noticed Zhuofan holding hands with Chu Qingqing. Her anger evaporated, replaced by confusion. Qianfan, who is she? My wife. Your wife. Bali Yu flinched, feeling her heart skip a beat but also souring. But as a sword king, and particularly a warmonger, she wasn't about to let softness show on her features. She took a deep breath to calm herself. Why haven't I heard about this or seen her? Zhuofan rolled his eyes. Who are you to me for me to tell you everything? Humph, it's my fortune to be reunited with my wife. I shall treasure these days, imprisoned alongside her. Be sure to look after junior sister Qingqing, Zhuofan. You owe her too much after so many years. Wu Qingqiu said with a smile, forgetting there was a witch not up to 2 feet away. An expert that removed dozens of Genesis stage experts without a sound. Baliyu looked confused and stared at Zhuofan. Then I'll break you out of here. We'll talk once we're safe. No, my wife's mind had suffered a shock and fighting will affect her. Staying here is much better. Just knock her out and we'll be off. What did you say? Zhuofan glared. Baliyu, listen here. She is my wife, touch her and you'll be sorry. Baliyu was taken aback, having never seen Zhuofan be so determined. She knew the girl was very important to him, and sighed with a lowered head. One guard mediated. Sir, Miss Yu is only thinking of your own good. There's no need to turn cruel over a simple refusal, ha ha ha. This isn't about keeping calm. I won't let anyone touch her. Zhuofan held Chu Qingqing as he spoke with resolve. Baliyu's face fell, and gnashed her teeth. Shangguan Qinyan shook her head, feeling sad. Zhuofan is more careful with Chu Qingqing than with any other girl. Senior sister Rohua was right. Zhuofan and Chu Qingqing were protective of each other, with no one able to separate them. Wu Qingqiu's face twitched and asked his most pressing question. Zhuofan, you just called this Miss Baliyu? What a coincidence for her to have the same name as the Central Area's Frigid Rain Sword King, haha. That's me, it's not a coincidence. Zhuofan stayed silent, but Wu Qingqiu and Shangguan Qinyan were frozen stiff. Frigid Rain Sword King is in Sea Bright sect and listening to this devious guy. But for what? Baliyu ignored their shock and the fact she was found out. Since you don't want to leave, what are you planning? Didn't you aim for the North Sea? How are you going to reach it if you're stuck here? I'll leave when the moment is right. Thanks for caring. But for now, I want to be with my wife. You can go now. Go? If I go, who'll save you? Baliyu roared. You think just anyone can burst into Sea Bright Sect's jail? If I go, you'll either die or be stuck here till you die. It's none of your concern. No one can stop me from leaving when I want, nor take me away if I don't want to. Zhuofan glared at her, his voice irreproachable. Frigid Rain Sword King, we're all behind bars so you don't have to stay as well and can go back to report to Invincible Sword. This is all I amount to, getting trapped by the Sea Bright sect. Devil Mountain Disciple is nothing much, not when Devil Mountain doesn't exist. You can go and tell him that. Your mission is over. Baliyu bit her lip, not wanting to go, her eyes glaring back. You really don't need my help. No, now go. Zhuofan sighed. With my wife by my side, I don't need another woman causing misunderstandings. As someone under me, tonight is your last task. The plan is a success and we can go our separate ways. As you are with Lingtian, you can wait for my end then report it back to him. There's no need for you to be here anymore. Baliyu shook, with her and Shangguan Qinyan feeling stabbed in the heart. Having him say there was no place for any girl around him other than his wife cut them deep. Baliyu didn't go anywhere, speaking coldly. You think I want to stay around you? I've had enough ages ago, but with the Sea Bright Sect's barrier so strong, I can't pass it. You didn't get the Heaven Sealing Sword. You think it's that easy? Baliyu rolled her eyes. The Heaven Sealing Sword is behind an unbreakable barrier in the Heaven Sealing Pavilion. There are also the 4 Snow Peak Elders, the strongest defenders in northern lands, watching over it. Their combined attacks would be hard to face even for Ouyang Lingtian. How then am I supposed to do it? Could you steal it then? No. Obviously. But you can. Zhuofan's eyes shone. Baliyu paused. Are you deaf? I can't beat those 4 and can't even break the barrier. I can't because I don't have the strength to face Sword King level experts. But you have it and can do it for me. Zhuofan said, Ever heard of diversion tactics? Baliyu pondered and exclaimed, You want to draw them out? But they've been alive for thousands of years. You think such a simple trick will work? And I still can't deal with the barrier. Going after them is bound to fail, which is why we'll use a complex plan. Zhuofan's eyes shone. because they're wise old men, they have many things and thus many leverages. Ever heard of rumors becoming real? Frigid Rain Sword King looked stumped. He gestured to her to get closer, and Zhuofan whispered dark secrets to her through the bars. Baliyu gave him a look of confusion at the end. Will it actually work? With the old coots so obsessed with their stuff, they're easy to dupe, even the wisest elders. Zhuofan's eyes sparkled. Baliyu nodded and left. I'll give it a shot. But if it doesn't work, I'll take it out on you. Don't go failing on purpose just to find me. This trick only works once. Don't waste my effort and brain cells. If it works, I wouldn't be caught dead coming back here. Baliyu huffed, and her footsteps sounded distant now. With the witch leaving, Wu Qingqiu gasped, Zhuofan, are you siding with the Central Area's Sword Star Empire? Yeah, I thought you said you're not here to make trouble for northern lands. Shangguan Qingyan said hurriedly. Zhuofan said, I'm not here for northern lands affairs, nor am I on the Central Area's side. I'm doing it for myself. You can now go report, but don't mess with the plan. You heard it right? I want to go to the North Sea, and the Sea Bright sect would never lower the barrier for me. I can only borrow Baliyu to weaken the barrier and make it easier for me to leave. This way it saves me a dragon breath pill, which is great, ha ha ha. Zhuofan had a wide smile plastered on his face, making the two confused. Outside the jail, Baliyu looked furious around the corpses. She took a deep breath, about to throw away a token, but something held her back. It was the same token Zhuofan had the Qian clan prepare for her Qian Fan's wife, Qian Yu, escorting goods. She heard voices nearby, and Baliyu gripped the token. She sniffed as her eyes teared over. She put the token away and flew for the heaven-sealing pavilion. Chapter 1033, Robbery. Chapter 1033, Robbery. Proofreader, Papatonks. The stars shone bright on this quiet night. The four elders in the heaven-sealing pavilion sat on each side of the copper pillar with closed eyes. Heaven-sealing sword was still shining blue, radiating power taken by the barrier boom. A sudden explosion tore the tranquility, with a huge fire breaking out 5 kilometers from beyond Heaven Island. The flames reach high in the sky, with the clouds reflecting a deep red. The four elders flinched awake, looking at the fire in the distance, and heard the resulting ruckus. The sect members were running around to deal with it. What's going on? What could have made that noise inside the sect? One elder stroked his beard. Another elder shook his head and closed his eyes. Doesn't matter. At worst, sect leader and Lingtian will deal with it. We just need to do our job and guard this place. Nothing else matters than doing our part. The others regained calm after a pause, just sitting there in silence. Report. Yet 15 minutes later, a panicked shout reached the pavilion. A Sea Bright sect disciple flew before the four and started lamenting, Venerables, this is bad. I Invincible Sword and 5 Sword Kings have broken in. Sea Bright sect Ling has fallen, and senior uncle Ouyang Lingtian is barely holding on. You have to help him, Venerables. A what? The calm elders snapped their eyes open and stared at him in disbelief. Are you sure? How, when our barrier is unbreakable? Invincible Sword would have no reason to be here either way. Why would they make such a sudden attack? For what purpose? The guy didn't say anything, just looking frightened, being scared out of his mind and unable to calm down. Hey, which elder's disciple are you? Why aren't you answering? One venerable squinted and shouted in suspicion, Did you see Invincible Sword and his team? Did you see the sect leader die? The guy barely squeezed a word through the terror. Why yes. The four elders grumbled, What's with him acting so weird? His earlier report was clear, so why was he now stuttering so much? Venerables, get the heaven-sealing sword, quickly! Another shout came to the pavilion before they could make some sense of it all. A second disciple rushed in, looking miserable. He slumped at their feet and urged, Senior Uncle Lingtian is hurt badly. Double Dragon Manor and Shangguan clan have suffered severe casualties and can't hold on. Senior Uncle requests that Venerables go and help with the divine sword. He then spurted blood and fell unconscious from his heavy wounds. The four were alarmed. Is the battle outside that fierce? They've taken out the main resistance. Is the enemy that strong? The four looked shocked, but recalling Invincible Sword, they were instantly sure, with that old monster leading the charge, and with the help of a divine sword, it'll be hard to stop him. Three elders turned to the eldest brother. The elder frowned, his heart in chaos. He figured the best thing to do now was to understand what was happening, but it all happened so fast that there was no time, with the situation out of control, and unable to make sense of it all. What am I supposed to do? Venerable, save us! A wail came from outside. The four elders' hearts thumped with worry. This time it was a female disciple bursting in, covered in wounds and her eyes filled with blood. She wept, Venerables, Senior Uncle Ouyang. The four elders shook, hurriedly asking, what happened to Lingtian? Senior Uncle was killed by Invincible Sword. The girl twitched one more time and cried as she fell unconscious as well. The four elders no longer looked at her, each shocked to the core. Ouyang Lingtian, the strongest in northern lands and the only one to use the heaven-sealing sword to its full power, had just died at Invincible Sword's hands. The future of Sea Bright sect was now ruined, all those thousands of years of glorious history brought to an abrupt end. The four panicked and their hearts sank. The noise outside only grew louder. One elder jolted back to his senses and said, Eldest brother, we need to help the sect. We can't sit around while our disciples are being wiped out. There is no sect without them. Yes, but there's rules regarding the sword. The High Venerable no longer sat around thinking, turning to the heaven-sealing sword with hesitation. The sword can never leave the pavilion, only in special circumstances. If we take the sword then? The other three elders cried out, Eldest brother, we don't have time to mind the rules. Without the heaven-sealing sword, we can't stop Invincible Sword's sundering sword. Are you trying to let him kill more of us? This is an emergency and we don't have time to worry about that now. Are you afraid of losing the heaven-sealing sword? High Venerable looked at them and then he nodded. Yes, it's an emergency. Stopping the old monster comes first. This entire situation feels strange, but we need to act fast. With the four of them working together and wielding the heaven-sealing sword, nothing could stop them. High Venerable's eyes shone with conviction. Release the barrier and take the sword. The other three nodded and made signs. Ripples began to spread from the barrier around the sword. The barrier then opened and allowed for the cold aura of the heaven-sealing sword to spread outside. It then began to hum, shaking and hovering above the copper pillar. High Venerable reached out for it. Whoosh! The sword turned into a cold glow and flew towards him. Whoosh! Silver sword energy waves came from nowhere just then, shooting for the elders. The dreaded aura they carried made them shiver and feel death breathing down their neck. The four jumped away to dodge. Bam! While they got out of the way, the heaven-sealing sword could not. With a clang, the sacred weapon got sent hurtling through the air. It was no longer able to tell where High Venerable was and just spun in place. It was then a woman flashed before the four and grabbed heaven-sealing sword. She landed 100 meters from them and spared them a cold gaze. She was none other than the female disciple coming to report, only she now released a deadly aura that made even the four elders shiver. Who are you? Give heaven-sealing sword back. The four elders shouted at once, clenching their fists. She, however, made the wise choice to ignore them, looking at the divine sword with a flat look, devoid of any joy she might have hoped. Chapter 1034. He Must Die. Chapter 1034. He Must Die. Proofreader, Papatonks. Those geezers have been around for thousands of years, and a simple diversion won't work. Even if they do fall for it, you won't be getting the heaven-sealing sword from behind the barrier. The best tactic is to use a lure so they would take it out themselves. As for what could possibly drive them to shirk their duty and rely on the sword? Easy when the sect is in grave peril. The geezers would die for the sect, it is everything to them, while also their only achievement and weakness. You just have to bait them and all will fall into place. As for how to do it, the 3-person confirmation method. I know these weasels are shrewd and hard to dupe, but as more people say the same thing, they have to believe it. No matter how suspicious, human nature is the same. We don't even need to believe it fully either, just enough to consider the loud ruckus as grave danger. Just to be safe, they would then take the sword out. With how no lie is perfect, you will have to act fast. In the heat of the moment, those geezers are too distraught to pay attention to everything. Adding to that the unhealthy confidence experts tend to have, once you take the sword, take care of yourself, frigid rain sword king. As she stared at the silent heaven-sealing sword in her hand, she replayed Zhuofan's words in her mind. Bali Yuyu's lip quivered, then glared at the 4 with fury. What the hell is wrong with you old coots? Are you that stupid to fall for his dumb trick? Have your brains turned to mush? Ugh! The 4 elders looked at each other with dumb looks. What's she on about? She took out the divine sword and now blames us for being duped? It sounds more like she didn't want to do it but was forced. What kinda skewed logic is that? Are there people in this world that are forced to rob themselves? Or is this broad just mocking us? Curses, this is mortifying. It's not enough you stole our sword, now you had to insult our intelligence too? Girl, who are you? How dare you steal our divine sword? Give it back now and we'll spare you. The elders roared. Bali Yuyu mocked their kind offer. Decrepit old fools, save your flimsy speech for your sea-bright sect disciples. You have no chance of scaring the likes of Bali Yuyu. The frigid rain sword king Bali Yuyu. The 4 elders gasped. What are you doing here? How did you get into our sect? Bali Yuyu grinned. Like getting in here was difficult. I just had to stroll right in, humph. Now I can leave and none of you can stop me. Take care. Bali Yuyu was about to leave, but the heaven-sealing sword in her hand had different plans. Shaking and trying to fly away from her, it was the divine sword's defiance, shunning any who didn't train in its arts. Bali Yuyu was a sword king and a cultivator of the sundering sword art. With the 5 great divine swords sharing common aspects, she poured her thunder sword energy into it to calm it down. Having humans for its wielders was also an important aspect, since it held no malice towards them. If it were a sacred beast instead, the divine sword would go berserk in trying to tear the beast to pieces. Once the divine sword settled, Bali Yuyu made a sign and placed it in her ring. Bali Yuyu, give it back or you're going to die here. Heaven's sealing sword was now in the enemy's bag, making the 4 Snow Peak elders shout at her and attack. Cold sword waves came at Bali Yuyu from all around her. She gave a smirk of disdain and flared her aura. Her hands flickered and thunder cracked the air, deflecting the sword waves' boom. A chain of devastating explosions resounded as the heaven-sealing pavilion blew up, with the horizon taking on a glowing silvery hue. When dust settled and all noise died, the 4 Snow Peak elders found no sign of frigid rain sword king. She was gone before they knew it. The 4 elders were a match for even Ouyang Lingtian, making it impossible for her to beat them. The same, however, applied for them, with both sides holding equal power. Getting the sword from them was impossible as it was for the 4 to stop her. So while they were flinging threats, they knew the minute the Bali Yuyu got to the heaven-sealing sword, they had no chance of getting it back. That attack they did was only out of duty. The 4 watched the empty night sky filled with regret. In another area, people had the burning place surrounded, with Ouyang Lingtian, Ling Yuntian and exalted double dragon among them. Bright sect's disciples and elders watched from the side, making sure nothing escaped their notice. Despite finding nothing, sect leader Ling, what is this place? Murong Lai frowned, looking at the blazing fire. They had to be very strong to have ruined this place so quickly, at the level of the best in the land. But what's so important here that would make them cause such destruction? The others turned to Ling Yuntian. Ling Yuntian sighed. This is the alchemy house of the Sea Bright sect, where many pills are refined. Are they aiming to cripple our pill supply? That has to be it. Central Area's spies must have slipped in and started causing havoc. Bu Xingyu nodded and cupped his hands. Sect leader Ling, please double the search parties and find them as soon as possible. There seems to be more of them besides that Qian caravan. We need to hold Qian Fan for questioning. The other mulled a bit and agreed. Ling Yuntian fell silent, still in thought. Ouyang. Lingtian smiled. Sect leader, it's like you don't see it as a spy attack. Just like you said, only a real expert could have done this, someone of your level. That means it could only be a Sword King. Ling Yuntian's eyes shone. But don't you think taking out just the alchemy house is too little for the 9 Sword Kings hiding among us? If word got out they were out pilfering would only bring them shame. The others nodded. Yes, why would experts like the 9 Sword Kings lower themselves to something like this? Maybe it's not a Sword King, but another expert. Murong Shui thought of something. All eyes turned to her. Someone else besides the 9 Sword Kings? The other lands experts? Aside from the traders of Western lands and Eastern lands, that only left Murong Lai of Southern lands and Ouyang Lingtian of Northern lands capable of this. Are you suspecting your own brother? Or are you saying Ouyang Lingtian would do this to his own home? Murong Lai was the only one who understood, having fought with Bali Yu yet having not known who she was. Shui, you mean that woman? Murong Shui nodded, but her eyes shone with cold bloodthirst. Rumble. Thunderclaps echoed from the heaven-sealing pavilion, shaking the skies. The heaven-sealing sword. Ouyang Lingtian cried out and rushed towards it. The others soon followed in realization. Murong Xie grabbed her brother and said, Brother, you go on ahead, there's something I must do. What? Murong Lai was confused. What could be more important than an attack on the Sea Bright sect? You don't have to worry. I'll just check something and return. Just be careful. There's a strong expert hiding in the Sea Bright sect, and it's no longer safe. Murong Lai saw her unshrinking will and relented. Going on alone. Murong Shui gnashed her teeth and muttered, Damn you, bastard. The merchant caravan was missing a girl. It has to be her. That guy can't sit still even in jail, causing such a disaster without any shred of remorse. This time he must die. Before Sea Bright sect suffers any more destruction and he kills more innocents. Boom! A third loud boom rang that night. The sky began to quicker and broke away, letting the stars shine brighter upon the world. Without any impediment the men going for heaven-sealing pavilion flinched and stopped to look in shock. The strongest barrier in the lands was now broken. Chapter 1035. I Cannot Die. Chapter 1035. I Cannot Die. Proofreader, Papatongs. Brother Wu, what do you think of my skill? Chu Qingqing sat in the gloomy jail, with Zhuofan standing behind her, softly running the comb through her long silky locks, full of care and gentleness. It has only been 1 day since Qingqing and I got married and I had been forced to go to Double Dragon Manor, never getting the chance to comb her hair. It might be silly, but it was a wish of mine. You two can tell me if I'm doing it wrong. Wu Qingqiu's face twitched. Zhuofan, you're way too casual. Frigid Rain Sword King listened to you and went to steal Heaven Sealing Sword. She might fail and be chased here. You'd be involved in the Central Area's matters, from which you can't come out alive. And if she succeeds, the Sea Bright sect would have no way of dealing with her, and will take their hatred on you, leading to death once more. I just can't figure out how you can be so indifferent about it. It's like it isn't your problem. Yeah, that Frigid Rain Sword King wanted to break you out of here. You could have accepted and all would be over. Why would you stay here to die? Shangguan Qinyan grew downcast. Zhuofan only had attention for combing his wife's hair, smiling. It's a bit messy. I know I'm not used to this. I just need practice. Qingqing, sorry. Hey Zhuofan, did you hear any word I said? All of it. Zhuofan rolled his eyes. First off, I told you I'm not with the Central Areas group, having my own interests. But the Sea Bright sect won't believe you. No matter. Zhuofan smirked. Them believing or not is all the same to my life. I cannot die either way, ha ha ha. Wu Qingqiu was baffled. What do you mean it's all the same? They're never going to allow a Central Area spy to live, on top of having killed so many experts of theirs. Those Genesis stage experts outside weren't killed by you, but since Bali Yu did it to save you, you'll still be implicated. In their anger, they'll even take your life. It will only be harder on Qingqing after finally coming back. Now you. Zhuofan gave him a gesture to be quiet as he showed a vague smile. Brother Wu, you're a righteous cultivator to the core, even your thinking is upright. Be it killing or spying, none have anything to do with me. If killing meant death, then there would be no murders. It's nothing more than a scare tactic. The strong have always preyed on the weak. With enough strength, no one can take your life no matter who you kill. Zhuofan paced around, tending to Chu Qingqing's fine locks, his gentle care in complete dissonance with his cruel tone. Wu Qingqiu sighed. I know that, but you're now the weak one and about to be sacrificed. Aren't you scared? Why should I be? Zhuofan's eyes flashed, showing a devious smile. If they can strike me, you think I can't strike back? Unless they're backward enough to think like a dumb teenager and die together, they would never touch me. You really think that I was so open about letting them seal my cultivation and put me behind bars without any precautions? Wu Qingqiu's heart sank, being more confused than ever. Zhuofan's smirk turned serious when he looked at Chu Qingqing. I couldn't die because I wanted to reunite with my wife one day. Now I cannot die even more, because she needs me. I am not about to let anyone take my life. Then I'll take it, demon. Bam! While a boom, the jail door burst open and a girl's voice echoed inside. Murong Shui appeared with a furious scowl, stomping down the steps while staring at Zhuofan, who didn't even pause from combing. Shangguan Qinyan rushed to block her good sister, seeing her so furious, doing anything to soothe her. Sister Murong, what's wrong? Why are you so furious? You dare ask me that? Did you not see the many corpses of Sea Bright sect elders outside? Glaring at her, for the first time, Murong Shui yelled at her sweet little sister, scaring her away. Ignoring her infatuated sister with Zhuofan, Murong Shui glared. Gu Yifan, give me an answer. Did you kill those people? Word caught my ear that Southern Land's immortal healer Murong Shui is smart and sharp, but why is it that today you're so slow? Tending to Chu Qingqing's temples, Zhuofan drawled, my Yuan Qi is sealed and am stuck in this barrier. You tell me how I am supposed to kill anyone. You stupid or what? Murong Shui gasped in hatred. You might not have done it, but that woman around you did the killing, didn't she? Yep. Zhuofan was blunt. Murong Shui gnashed her teeth. Why has she been killing? Did you put her up to this? She did it to break me out. I asked you if you told her to kill so she could get you out. That's why I'm saying you're dumb. If I told her that, what would I still be doing here? I'd be miles away by now. Zhuofan cocked an annoying eyebrow, mocking the irate girl further. There's no point in having her save me, so I had her leave. So why are you here, a trip to the sect dungeon? Shangguan Qinyan couldn't contain her giggle. Murong Shui glared at her, and made her flinch in fright, but then she cautiously held her sister's trembling hand from rage, pleading, Sister Shui, it's true. The woman came to save him when we were here. But he didn't want to go, coming to terms with his crimes and turning a new leaf. Could you ask Brother Murong Lai to speak for him with sect leader Ling, and let him go? A new leaf? Humph, his character is unchanging. Flinging her hand away, Murong Shui glared with hatred at Zhuofan. Let me ask you, did you put that woman to make those 2 explosions in the sect? Don't try to deny it. I've seen the destruction and it couldn't be made by anyone other than a Sword King level expert. Except for the central area, only that woman around you has such power. Now that she's missing, it's obviously. There's 3 explosions. Zhuofan cut her off with an evil smile. First was at a place far from Heaven's Ceiling Pavilion, the second at the Heaven's Ceiling Pavilion. As for the third. Zhuofan's grin widened. She gnashed her teeth in frustration and anger. The sect barrier. I knew it was you behind it all. Yep, I had her do it. What about it? I'll kill you. Zhuofan's callous admittance proved to have been the last push to Murong Shue's fury. She raised her palm and struck for Zhuofan's head. Even with his cultivation sealed, he still showed no fear before impending doom. Bam. Zhuofan just stood there with a smile, but Murong Shue had to withdraw 2 steps with a trembling hand. Her eyes were burning with even more rage. Plop. Zhuofan smirked as he knocked the air 3 times. Miss Murong, better not call yourself smart again. You're more of a bonehead. I'm a prisoner here, Missy, with a strong barrier left by Genesis stage experts. While I can't get out, neither can you get in. Miss Murong, you're better off asking sect leader Ling to open them if you still plan on killing me. Judging by that savage strike just now, your hand must be crushed, yet it still couldn't touch a hair on my head. Ha ha ha, I'm sorry, really I am. Here I am, at my weakest, yet you can't even reach me. Gu Yifan, you're one vile demon. Just you wait. We'll just see how long your cocky attitude lasts. Murong Shue glared at Zhuofan's taunting gaze and scrunched her teeth harder. She then flicked her hand and left. I'll report everything to sect leader Ling, he'll deal with you. First you slaughtered people in the Sea Bright sect, then you broke their barrier. Zhuofan didn't even flinch, looking at her in ridicule. Shangguan Qinyan started and begged, Sister Shue, don't. He really hasn't done anything in jail. He's good. Good my ass. Even if he doesn't move a muscle, disaster will still befall everyone, just like it did Central Area's Serene Shores trading. He is a devil, rotten to the core. His mere existence is vile. Murong Shue clenched her fists and left in a huff, disregarding her sister's plea and even cursing, Yenner, have you got taken in by him? With everything that's happened here, with so many people dead, you still take his side? I will no longer help you hide it and report everything. Ah. No, Sister Shue. Shangguan Qinyan cried after her and Wu Qingqiu sighed. This is a huge mess, Brother Zhuo. What are you going to do? Nothing, just wait and see. Aren't you scared the Sea Bright sect will execute you? They won't even try, moreover. Zhuofan quirked a smile. This only cements my safety. For now I have 2 blades and soon the 3rd, ha ha ha. Wu Qingqiu was baffled, feeling like Zhuofan had cast a net that spread over everyone, putting them on edge. Chapter 1036, Mastermind. Chapter 1036, Mastermind. Proofreader, Papatongs. Sister Shue, don't do it. Give him another chance. Shut up. I've given him plenty of chances, which is why so many innocents are now dead. That foul demon has to be put down now, before he brings about an even greater disaster. Sister Shue, it's really not him, but the one under him, who acted in his stead. Murong Shue and Shangguan Qinyan were fighting while walking for Sea Bright sect's main hall. Shangguan Qinyan pleaded while Murong Shue would always throw her reasons aside, flaring in anger. He is a plague. His end will settle everything. You've been infatuated with him, and can't see him for who he is. You even had me go along with this charade. But there's no point talking about this. I shall do the world this favor, for the greater good. She shrugged Shangguan Qinyan's hand off and stormed into the main hall. Shangguan Qinyan was looking erratic as she followed after her. They, however, were left speechless as they came in, no longer saying a word. The mood was tense and heavy. The thick air was so oppressive it made it hard to breathe. There was not a single sound, not even from a random animal. Sect leader Lingtian had a dark look on his face, his usual smile no longer seen. Ouyang Lingtian, Murong Lai and Exalted Double Dragon and many others were tense too. Before them were 4 elders, stricken with guilt and lowered heads in shame. On the ground were the 2 disciples that worked with Baliyu in passing the report. They were brought in under suspicion of being spies. Murong Lai looked confused at the heavy mood, no longer thinking of reporting Zhuofan and instead whispering to Murong Lai, "Brother, what happened?" "Why, a true disaster." Murong Lai sighed, actually looking mournful. "Schwer, you sensed it too." The third explosion came from the sect barrier. "Yeah, I did." "Did someone get in?" "On the contrary, someone got out. They took the Northern Land's Heaven Sealing Sword as well." Murong Lai shuddered and his sigh was longer. Murong Shue's eyes widened and cried out, "The Heaven Sealing Divine Sword's gone? How?" "Yes, it's gone. That's the only reason why the strongest barrier in the lands could break." Murong Lai felt utterly powerless then. His hand flashed and revealed a golden longsword traced by golden flames. "That means we only have the Decimating Sword as the only weapon against Invincible Sword. We now have no hope at all." Everyone lowered their heads, feeling the heavy loss. Shangguan Feixiong glanced at the heavy toothpick soaring sword had become with gnashed teeth. Exalted Double Dragons looked at each other in guilt. They might have had a chance against Invincible Sword now, if they hadn't let Dan Shen run off with the vaulting sword. They could only blame themselves for being soft on their disciple, though no one knew that the disciple did not have it. This issue led to Exalted Double Dragons and Dan Shen coming to a huge misunderstanding, courtesy of Zhuofan, sect leader. "It's our fault we let Frigid Rain Sword King take the sword. Sect leader, we will accept any punishment you'd inflict upon us without remorse." Looking at their dark faces, the 4 Snow Peak elders' guilt only grew, to the point they even gave a deep bow with tears on their faces. "For any damage that our neglect has caused the sect, we deserve nothing less than execution." Lingtian returned the bow and helped them up, not blaming them in the least. "Venerables, you've always held yourself with responsibility and diligence. Everyone in the sect knows this. It's all the thief's fault for using such a loud distraction to hide the truth while bringing false reports. Anyone would have fallen for it in such desperate moments. The more one is loyal to the sect, the easier it is for them to believe such treachery. Venerables, there's no need to blame yourselves. I have looked into these 2 disciples, and they're not traitors, ending up controlled with a bewitching demonic art." Exalted Hei Rant's brow shook. The bewitching art isn't some incredible skill, 4 strong experts would not usually fall for such guile. And even if it worked, the target would end up dull-minded and easy to spot. To pull off such a trick on 4 peak Genesis experts shows how daring the user was, and skilled. Exalted by Mei sighed, "It's not just daring, but calculative. The skill is minor, easily seen through, yet highly effective in the created circumstance. Repeated confirmation makes it believable. Once they took it as real, they were tricked. Then it was just a matter of pouncing with utmost speed at the right moment to get the elders on the wrong foot and steal the sword." The others nodded and sighed. "I've heard that the 9 Sword Kings are beyond strong, and that includes Frigid Rain Sword King. I just can't believe one woman can be so vile and of such twisted cunningness. She's a true master in strength and mind." Lingtian eased a long breath. "Invincible Sword has yet to come, and one woman Sword King had us running around in panic. Then when we face Invincible Sword, how will we fight back? Right, what will we do? Who says there's anything we can do?" Everyone was wrought with worry, looking bleak and downcast at the doomed and imminent future. Only Shangguan Feixiong spoke. "Sect leader Ling, do not be distressed. The thief might be Baliyu, but it might not be her who devised this strategy. From how I see it, the only one among our lands that can come up with such a cunning tactic to control the enemy can only be Sword Star Empire's Bailey Jingwei. He must have planned this before. We have faced him in the central area and he almost destroyed us with his strategies. It was a very close call. He is truly dangerous." Even if it is Bailey Jingwei's plan, can't we do anything about it? Shangguan clan head, how do you intend to soothe my worries? Ha ha ha, I meant to say that she's too far away from the central area and not with Bailey Yutian. Once fighting starts, anything can happen and he's too far to give advice. So for now, our opponent is still just Invincible Sword. Oh, Shangguan clan head is right. Ling Yuntian nodded and sighed. Although Invincible Sword is an immense threat to us all, he finds any sort of strategy beneath him and would give us a breather. Ling Yuntian saw the others nod and relax as well. Feeling relieved from their talk, Morong Shui stepped in just then, cupping her hands. Sect Leader Ling, I have a report. Shangguan Qinyan didn't stop her, shaking her head in anxiety. Miss Morong, why the sudden courtesy? Ling Yuntian had regained his kind smile. Morong Shui spoke heavily. Sect Leader Ling, the mastermind behind the theft isn't from the central area, but the imprisoned Qian merchant Qian Fan. Ling Yuntian looked dumbfounded. What did you say? Shui, what's going on? Just tell us. Morong Lai urged her. Morong Shui began. The leader of the Qian caravan is Steward Qian Fan, but I have met him before in the central area. He's the same one who caused the calamity in the central area, the demon Gu Yifan. Gu Yifan? Shangguan Feixiong reacted instantly, his eyes looking hopeful. Gu Yifan is here, now. Morong Shui nodded. Wherever the foul Gu Yifan goes, disaster is soon to follow. I met him in the northern lands as I was coming here, and he also had a strong female guard that matched my brother. He may be in jail, but I have just confirmed that he's behind the devious plan to steal the sword. You can ask Sister Yenner if you don't believe me. She was there, and she knew he was here long before I did. Yenner, is what Shui said true? Shangguan Feixiong stared at his daughter. Shangguan Qingyan's face shook and relented a nod. Foolish girl, why haven't you said anything? You know I've been trying to find him all this time. Shangguan Feixiong ignored everything and even forgot to salute the rest as he stormed outside, roaring, Gu Yifan, you bastard! What did you do to my sword? Fix it this instant. Where is the Sea Bright Sex jail again? Chapter 1037, You Can't Touch Me. Chapter 1037, You Can't Touch Me. Proofreader, Papatongs. Bam! In the gloomy prison, Shangguan Feixiong was holding a scarlet sword, bursting right in and looking around with bloodshot eyes like someone who was possessed. Those hungry eyes took moments to find his quarry, setting his eyes on Zhuo Fan. What did I say? The first to show up will be Shangguan clan head. You lost, Brother Wu. Smirking, Zhuo Fan hardly cared being the target of such an intense gaze and spoke to Wu Qingqiu. Per our bet, you now owe me a favor. Wu Qingqiu shrugged. As long as it doesn't go against my morals, I'll do it, Brother Zhuo. Bam! Shangguan Feixiong arrived before the two in one mighty leap, the stone floor cracking under him. Curse you, Gu Yifan! You might have the time of your life, but you almost got me killed. Shangguan clan head, why do you say that? Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow. Shangguan Feixiong's face twitched, showing his scarlet sword and accusing Zhuo Fan. Damn punk, stop playing around. You dare ask me that? It's I who should be asking. What the hell is this? What is what? Isn't that your clan's soaring sword? It's looking mighty polished. Can it? Shangguan Feixiong was outraged, spitting as he raged, but the drops jumped back when met with the barrier, landing on his own face. It even got into his eyes. Zhuo Fan waved his hand. Shangguan clan head, why so excited? We even work together. Screw your cooperation. He was about to rave again, but stopped before he sprayed himself again, and swallowed. Wu Qingqiu sighed at the side, admiring Zhuo Fan. Who said that the mighty have fallen? Brother Zhuo has his cultivation sealed, in prison, yet still talks with Eastern Land's best clan's clan head, like he has the advantage. It actually looks like this big boss from Eastern Lands has his hands tied by a junior, ha ha ha. Crossing his hands, Wu Qingqiu enjoyed the show. Zhuofan was equally calm, considerate as he pointed. Shangguan clan head, I am now a prisoner of Sea Bright sect. My safety is guaranteed with the jail barrier in place. No matter what you try to do, it won't work. If you really want to punch me, then just like I said to Miss Murong, you'll have to go ask sect leader Ling. Or maybe you could break it yourself. With your strength, that should be doable. Though that would be mighty rude of you before getting approval. That's not how the clan head of the best clan in Eastern Lands act. Gu Yifan, are you a prisoner or a guest? The barrier is clearly keeping you here, so why are you talking like it's protecting you instead, like you're the lord here? What gives you the confidence? Sensing the mockery in Zhuofan's smile, Shangguan Feixiong's face twitched hard. Zhuofan grasped at the air and his eyes shone. No matter where I am, with all under my control, I am the lord. Just like now. You see me as a prisoner here, in my cell, but the way I see it, it is Shangguan clan head that is the one imprisoned. I can do whatever I want here, even tend to my wife. But Shangguan clan head can't beat me, nor take it out on me, all because of this flimsy barrier. Ha ha ha, I only have a few of words for you. You can't touch me. Who do you think among us is the real prisoner? Zhuofan cocked an eyebrow, then walked to Qiaoer looking after Chu Qingqing. Qiaoer combed her hair. You're much better at it than me. It's the first time doing it for both of us, so why are you so good at it? Because we're girls. That's talent. Sort of. Shangguan Feixiong's mouth twitched as Zhuofan did whatever. Then his words sunk in, the kid is right, I'm more tied down on the outside. Who is the one locked anyway? A prisoner outside, one that can't even beat a kid, while the one inside so carefree and infuriating to no end. Just what is up with this world? Shangguan Feixiong felt stunned, now realizing that after meeting this brat, he was never in control, but the one being controlled. He didn't even have a way to vent his anger. He had to take his anger on himself. Kicking himself while at it, giving it some thought, Shangguan Feixiong chose to calm down as much as he could, since anger didn't help him get his divine sword back. He took a deep breath and said, Gu Yifan, don't play dumb with me. You know exactly why I was angry. Soaring Sword is the treasure of Eastern Lands. We made a deal that we would help you if you returned the sword. Yes, and I did give it to you. Isn't it right there in your hand? What you brought was a piece of scrap. Shangguan Feixiong shouted. Why did you seal the sword spirit? I was planning to use it to fight Invincible Sword. Now I'll end up dead without even putting up a fight. How isn't this your fault? Zhuofan raised an eyebrow and sneered. You'd be doomed even with the help of the soaring sword. Since there's no use of you going, I just saved your life. You should thank me. Screw thanking you. You ruined Soaring Sword. How is that fair? Gnashing his teeth, Shangguan Feixiong flicked the sword and demanded, You have to unseal it or else. Bam! This time it felt like a mob was barging in here as all kinds of experts rushed inside the jail. Zhuofan regarded everyone, then turned to Shangguan Feixiong with a chuckle. Shangguan clan head, to be honest, I did seal the sword spirit to take the soaring sword from Shangguan Feixiong. I was in such a hurry when I left that I forgot to unseal it. It's my oversight, so after all this time trying and failing to unseal it yourself, it's only right that I should do it, to complete our agreement back then. That's right. I didn't mean anything else by it either. I can understand that you were rash and needed to save your son, but as long as you unseal it now, I will forget everything. We are an upright clan that keeps their word. Shangguan Feixiong grinned in delight. He was only after unsealing the divine sword. So there was no reason to explode in anger if he got his wish. Zhuofan's words helped soothe his rage, but then Zhuofan shifted the subject with a sinister smile. Things have changed now. If you had come by yesterday to unseal it, I would have done it without hesitation. Now I'm afraid it'll have to wait. What does that mean? Why wait? Shangguan Feixiong cried out. Zhuofan curled his lips, sweeping his eyes over the people walking down. Because I'm a weak lamb with 3 blades on me. Since you're my first blade, I can't just give you up so soon, now can I? Shangguan Feixiong gave him a hard look, then turned to the others with a nod. Shangguan Feixiong sighed, knowing his hopes were dashed. Lingtian's group now approached Zhuofan, with exalted double dragons looking shocked to the core. It was beyond comprehension how the best disciple in Western lands that had perished 5 years ago would end up here, and as their enemy they grimaced, even as Zhuofan remained calm and had no issue facing them. Qian Fan, Steward Qian Fan, Gu Yifan, Grandmaster. Gu, and best disciple in Western lands, Zhuofan, right? Looking at Zhuofan's calm visage, Ling Yuntian smiled. Sir is known by all of these. Which would be more appropriate to address you? Zhuofan shrugged. Feel free to call me anything, sect leader Ling. Though I've grown attached to Zhuofan. All right, Sir Zhuo. Ling Yuntian nodded. Could Sir Zhuo tell us in detail why in your capacity as Western Lands disciple you haven't returned to Western Lands, having recovered, and instead come to Northern Lands? Zhuofan turned serious, his eyes flashing. I came to these lands, and to your sect, for one thing, the North Sea Demon. What? Ling Yuntian and Ouyang Lingtian gasped in shock. What do you want with that monster? Chapter 1038, 3 Blades. Chapter 1038, 3 Blades. Proofreader, Papatongs. Zhuofan revealed a vague smile as he refused to answer. It doesn't concern you, so you shouldn't ask. Yes, we don't care about your personal matters, and we can't get involved with Sea Demon either. Ling Yuntian sighed, then his eyes flashed and glared. Then what has Sir to say about Heaven's Sealing Sword getting stolen and our barrier destroyed? Did you do this? Yes. Why? Ling Yuntian stared at him hard and shouted, Heaven's Sealing Sword is the treasure of my sect, and losing it will lead to countless losses. Sir is from Western lands, and all 4 lands suffer the same problem. Also, we each mind our own problems, so why would you then do something so grave and lead to a hopeless fate? Because he is the herald of calamity, cold and cruel to anyone else's pain or life. Murong Shui shouted in anger. The Central Area's case is the strongest evidence. So many lives were lost at his hand, yet he holds no remorse. Sect leader Ling, he cannot be allowed to live. For the good of the world, he has to be removed, or disaster will only keep appearing. The others looked at each other, but their eyes were thoughtful, each with their own idea. Buxingyun, who has seen Zhuofan for who he is, jumped right in. Miss Murong can't be more right. He has to die. Sect leader Ling, he admits to stealing the sword and should be put down as an example. Sect leader Bu, I have told you many times already. You are not in the Sun Sea sect. This isn't your place to make decisions. Ling Yuntian huffed and turned to Zhuofan. Sir, you have yet to answer. Zhuofan said, Sect leader Ling is a sharp man. Is there a need to ask? I said I wanted to go to the North Sea, but the Sea Bright sect cut off the path to it. The only way to get there is by breaking the barrier. Just for that you had the Heaven's Sealing Sword stolen. Just. Eyeing Ouyang Lingtian, Zhuofan chuckled. It might look like a flimsy reason, but it's crucial to me. To go to the North Sea, I stole Heaven's Sealing Sword, I ruined your barrier, and I would have certainly destroyed your sect or the 5 lands if I had to. Anyway, those that stop me will be crushed. You're a certifiable lunatic. Just for that you put all of the northern lands at risk? Ouyang Lingtian roared. You could have said you wanted to go to the North Sea, and we'd have let you. It's easy to have it done. Why did you insist on taking the sword and inflicting such damage? Zhuofan glanced at him with mockery. Senior Ouyang, would you have really let me if I asked? Humph, you're too simple. If it would have been that easy, why would the Sea Bright sect be established on the shores of the North Sea, monopolizing its resources? Ouyang Lingtian shook at the response. Also, you might call yourself upright and righteous, but none here is any nobler. Zhuofan jeered. Now that's such a big issue, you're saying opening access to the sea is nothing, that a simple request would have been enough. But if the sword had never been taken, would you have indulged a mere merchant's plea? The answer is obvious. How else would you have dominated the sea's exploitation? With that reason, the result is just as flat. Because you had the North Sea locked, I had no choice but to blow this simple matter as going to sea out of proportions. Because you stopped me, I had to move you out of the way first to continue my path. If you want to blame someone, don't blame my extreme methods, but your greed in stopping everyone else. Lingtian's lips shook and relented a nod. Yes, with Sergua being a merchant, your approval would have likely been rejected. If I were in Sergua's place, I would have stolen the sword as well. Sect leader Ling, how can you say that? Just for going to see the entire Northern Lands population is at risk. How can they compare? Murong Shue's glare never subsided. Just for himself, he spits in the face of virtue and good. His heart is twisted but also strong. He has to be put down. The others nodded this time, but then shook their heads soon after Zhuofan grinned, uncaring for his safety, even taking time to mock her. Miss Murong truly is a warrior of justice. A shame the world isn't filled with people like Miss, dead set on purging evil. Some don't wish for my death. I fear your wish will have to go unanswered. Humph, be smug all you like. I'm sure sect leader Ling will uphold his principles and knows not to show any mercy against fiends like you. Murong Shue glared in hatred, then cupped her hands in hope. Sect leader Ling. That's enough, Miss Murong. You don't have to say it. I have made up my mind. Murong Shue perked up, taking it as a sign that Lingtian took her side and was about to bring Zhuofan to justice. Sir Zhua, will your guard return? Zhuofan nodded with a smile. Of course, you saw it yourself, she came to break me out, but I needed to tend to my wife so I didn't leave. She'll be back though, in a few days to go to sea. Good, then we'll wait till then. When she comes, I will personally escort you all out to sea. Lingtian hesitated as he cupped his hands, then left Ouyang Lingtian, and the people of the Sea Bright sect understood, and left as well. Murong Shue was left dumbfounded, still as a statue. What is this? Why is he freed? He killed so many of your Genesis stage experts and stole your sword, but you're just going to move past it and even escort him to sea? What is going on here? Murong Shue was utterly confused, while the rest knew why this happened. Shangguan Feixiong had just gone through a verbal clash with Zhuofan, and Zhuofan was in no rush to unseal Eastern Land's sword. But that didn't stop him from feeling so down. He asked, pointing at the soaring sword, Kid, say when. I'll wait. Wait for me before the sea. All right, but you better not forget this again. Who knows how many years it will take for us to meet again. Shangguan Feixiong sighed, and left exalted double dragons hesitated before saying, Zhuofan, we're happy you're alive. We wanted to look into what happened to you. I understand Exalted's difficulty, and Master had settled everything in my stead. I am instead very grateful to you for looking after Chu Qingqing all these years. I have yet to step into Double Dragon Manor for even one day, but I can be considered one of you still. You can put your mind at ease, Exalted. I will always be thankful to Double Dragon Manor and Western Land. Zhuofan spoke over them. Exalted double dragons nodded in relief. They feared Zhuofan would have hated them for not dealing with the sex back then and letting Chu Qingqing turn like this with a devious otherworldly genius around and a monster watching them from shadows. The two never felt safe now though. Hearing Zhuofan's gratitude, they finally found Zen after a couple more words. They too left now. There was only Wu Qingqiu, Shangguan Qinyan, Murong Shue, and Murong Lai. Murong Shue was overcome by confusion. Brother, what is this? Why has sect leader Ling shown such leniency to this demon after all the hurt he's caused? Swear, sect leader Ling is in charge of the sect and needs to think of everyone. Murong Lai took a deep breath. Murong Shue said, still baffled, If sect leader Ling is acting in everyone's interests, then he should know how much of a disaster he is. He can't be left alive. Now that he's set free, many more people will get hurt. Yes, this demon ought to be snuffed. If I live, more would die. Zhuofan patronized. Miss Murong is so focused she saw me for what I am, a true demon that spreads pain and suffering. While Miss Murong wants to see me dead, I have too many demon progeny around. I could stand before you and present my neck, yet you still wouldn't be able to touch a hair on it. Ha ha ha. What are you saying? For the Thechnobabble impaired, I am a demon reaping countless souls, but Ling Yuntian, Ouyang Lingtian, and even exalted double dragons are my children. They may deny it, but they know in their heart that they have to keep this true demon alive. Murong Shui winced. Zhuofan continued regardless of her feelings. You think you're the only bright enough to see me for the danger I am? They all know. The minute I walk out will be sure to cause more suffering somewhere. Alas, their hands are tied. For I have on me 3 whimsical blades, flying away the minute my soul leaves my body. They'll never see them again. That's why they can't touch me. 3 blades. First is the Shangguan clan's soaring sword. If I die, soaring sword remains sealed. It translates into the fall of the Shangguan clan, and with northern lands and eastern lands trapped, the other lands would fall as well. For the second blade, Heaven Sealing Sword, is the same with Soaring Sword. The third blade, Devil Mountain. Double Dragon Manor had been scared witless 5 years ago when Devil Mountain took the stage and would never do anything to a Devil Mountain disciple, lest Devil Mountain would burn whole of Western lands in anger. Zhuofan's eyes flashed. They don't care about the casualties, only about getting the Heaven Sealing Sword and unsealing the Soaring Sword. This affects their future. The constant cries of the masses fall on their deafened ears, as all of their focus is set on the land's unification. They only care about losing their status and sex, not for the countless poor souls in pain and dying. That's why I said reporting me will only make it worse for you. Because you said too much, they won't touch me. I am now a prisoner, but I control their fate. It is not I who is locked away here now, but you, righteous warrior, obsessed with killing me. Bam! The 4 Snow Peak elders suddenly appeared with grave faces. Sect leader Ling has ordered us to watch over Zhuofan and the others. Chapter 1039. Sword Stars Oppression. Chapter 1039. Sword Stars Oppression. Proofreader, Papatonks. Murong Shui shuddered as she watched the 4 old men with shaken looks. Sect leader Ling sent the venerables to protect a divine sword thief? How does that make sense? Are they afraid that his henchwoman will be back to break them out? Ha ha ha, Miss Murong, you know already. I'd have walked ages ago if I wanted to. Why would I need to stay here and even have these coots watching over me? Zhuofan sneered. Moreover, Ling Yuntian knows I want to go out to sea and won't leave even if I can of my own free will. Setting up such a strong guard for someone like that hardly makes any sense. Or are you still scared I'd escape despite wanting to be here? Murong Shui's eyes shook and she gritted her teeth. Murong Lai sighed and pulled her hand. Shui, let's go. Sect leader Ling said it's for the greater good. How is that so? Murong Shui stared at the 4 elders. Seniors, I just wish to know, what is Sect leader Ling's real reason for sending you to watch over a prisoner that doesn't want to escape? The 4 Snow Peak elders muttered to themselves, before High Venerable replied, Miss Murong is sharp, Sect leader did send us to watch him. He might not want to leave now, but what about later? With that woman's incredible strength, only the 4 of us could stop her from breaking in again. As for the other reason, High Venerable hesitated. What other reason? Murong Shui knew it but still insisted on hearing it. The 4 Snow Peak elders lowered their heads, giving Zhuofan the opportunity to condescend. Miss Murong, you're being hard on seniors. Do you really want to tear the last shred of cordiality? Ha ha ha, I bet you know already. The seniors are here to guard me, as in protect me, lest a certain someone gets the bright idea in the heat of the moment and kills someone of my immense value, making the 2 divine swords to be lost and damning the 4 lands. Especially when that certain someone has such an incredible brother. One'll need extra protection, no? Murong Shui glared at him as her lips shook, then she turned to the 4 silent venerables. Their silence said it all. With a huff, she stormed out in indignation and fury. Murong Lai looked at them once and shook his head as he followed her. Only the 4 elders, Zhuofan's team, Shangguan Qinyan and Wu Qingqiu remained. I've never seen Sister Shui so overcome with anger. Shangguan Qinyan sighed, feeling sad. Wu Qingqiu nodded. She believed she was ridding the world of evil, for the common good, but the people on the same path as hers turned their backs, actually being cautious around her. It might not be just as simple as anger for Miss Murong, but disillusioned. She got here on the firm belief that good triumphs over evil, only to find that she is the only one willing to face a demon like me. Getting disappointed with reality is a given. Haha, Zhuofan laughed in mockery. Shangguan Qinyan rolled her eyes and blamed him. It was all going fine so far, so why did you have to antagonize Sister Shui further? I didn't do anything, she chose to walk this lone path herself. Zhuofan spoke, humanity is filled with endless desires. And where there's desire, there's evil. Few in this world have a true righteous and benevolent heart, while the great majority who walk this path could never come to free themselves of their demons. She wants to go further on the path of purging demons, and she must bear the solitude and betrayal. Only by persevering through this can she reach the height of righteousness. But by being too rigid, one breaks easily. In this world, righteous cultivators have it hard to achieve their path, either follow the crowd and ruin their paths, neither demonic nor righteous, always a stranger wherever they went, or die at the hands of others in this messed-up world. But righteousness has a natural shortcut over the demonic path, having grown above the mortal coil and the worldly affairs. Shunning self-indulgence and feeling for the world's energy is the easiest way to achieve it. That's why demonic cultivators enter the world and understand it, while righteous cultivators enter the world and overcome it. Rise from the mire unstained, cleanse oneself in clear water without being tainted. Thus, Brother Wu, you're also a righteous cultivator, very much invested in it. Which is why, as a friend, I advise you to see the world in all its colors, then return to cultivate in seclusion. The secular world is too chaotic for a true righteous man to walk the path. Wu Qingqiu pondered and cupped his hands. Thank you, Brother Zhuo, for your guidance. We've also been guided. The 4 Snow Peak elders nodded and bowed before Zhuofan in admiration and sincerity. Sir is a demonic cultivator, yet your wisdom transcends it. We are grateful for your words. As the sect is now in danger, we are too preoccupied to mule them. We shall delve into these words once this problem passes and, like Sir said, not let the world impede us. Zhuofan rolled his eyes. I'm talking to my brother here, not you. Tell that to someone who cares, humph. The 4 sat before the cell with a smile, like experts that have surpassed the world. Wu Qingqiu and Shangguan Qinyan chuckled, looking at Zhuofan with respect. Zhuofan hadn't said it to them particularly, but the words of wisdom were immensely valuable, which is why the elders would lower their pride and bow to him. Zhuofan was a true friend. To say those words to him while the people in the dungeon were struck with inspiration, the outside people still indulged in their worries and affairs. Sect leaderling, do you really believe he'll return the sword? Bu Xingyun was panicking, whining in Lingtian's ear. Even if he does give it back, you're just going to ignore all the deaths that have happened in the sect? Even if you don't kill him, you need to make an example out of him. We need to do right by those dead elders. See, Bright Sect needs to mind its name. Giving him a frustrated look, Ling Yuntian sighed. Sect leader Bu, now I know why Sun Sea Sect would incite Frigid Rain, Sword King, to destroy it. The problem doesn't stop with your people. Sect leaderling, what are you implying? Bu Xingyun looked lost. That sneaky punk is clearly behind the disaster of Sun Si sect. What do I have to do? Ling Yuntian cut him off with a wave. As sect ruler, we need to have perspective. Zhuofan is very cunning and an expert in passing the blame. You saw it too. We went to him and he didn't deny anything, always finding an explanation, always having an answer. But the thing we wanted most, we didn't get. The soaring sword remains sealed. The heaven-sealing sword is still gone, and he still has leverage on us. What do you suggest? Torture him for them. He made his move, so what's there to force? To settle the score for the dead? Haha, he has 2 cards of ours and we have reached an agreement now. They will soon be back in our hands. Doing this petty thing to ruin any chance of getting the divine swords, the central area would mow us down. Who will take the blame then, sect leader Bu? Bu Xingyun choked. Ling Yuntian shook his head and sighed. Zhuofan's speech balanced demand and compromise, giving us no chance to gain advantage, and letting him control the negotiation. He had taken everything into account before it even began. He had his guard flee with the heaven-sealing sword before we could take it back. All the power we have can't help change this fact. He may be in jail, but looking at it in perspective, we're the ones having our strings pulled in his hands. Moreover, Ling Yuntian turned to Shangguan clan and exalted double dragons with a sharp glint. He is very close to these 2 lands people, implicating many and affecting their interests. They'll never agree to us laying a finger on him. Not that we intended to either, and ruin our chances of getting heaven-sealing sword back. Thus, of the 4 lands, 3 have reached a silent agreement. Only Southern Lands is against it. That Murong Shui has such a stubborn temper, but alas, all alone. From the very start, even with his cultivation sealed, we, the strong majority, couldn't touch a hair on him despite having him surrounded. He is confident in his position. Bu Xingyun's heart sank and a chill went through him. That's terrifying. He gives nothing away while having every one of us tied. Yeah, Western Lands has gone and got themselves a man like no other. But now he isn't part of Western Lands anymore. Looking at exalted double dragons, Ling Yuntian frowned and sighed. Murong Shui stormed out of the dungeon and stomped away in anger. Ling Yuntian watched her go. Murong Lai followed after her, but sect leader Ling went to stop him. He did not mind a girl's temper, but Murong Lai's dissatisfaction had to be resolved. For the good of the alliance, Ling Yuntian bowed and looked apologetic. Murong clan head, forgive me. Heaven's sealing sword is too important to us and have lost decorum. I know, sect leader Ling. I understand my sister's temper the most. Sect leader Ling did what you had to. Murong Lai nodded calmly. Ling Yuntian eased a smile. Murong clan head, I'm relieved to know you are a man of principle. I'll wait for Miss Murong to calm down, then apologize to her and make it right. Report. A disciple rushed over in panic, scrambling to give a jade slip to Ling Yuntian. Sect leader, there's an urgent report from the front lines. The army of the Sword Star Empire led by dragon-cleaving sword King Danqing is advanced on northern lands. A what? Everyone was stunned at this grave news. Sword Star Empire's oppression had begun at last. Chapter 1040, Bloodthirst. Chapter 1040, Bloodthirst. Proofreader, Papatongs. So little, frigid rain. In a pitch-black forest, beneath the black clouds, Invincible Sword was sitting cross-legged on a rock with his eyes closed. Before him was the most familiar person, on their knees and presenting an icy sword with utmost respect. Baliyu had returned to the Empire's camp the minute she stole the sword, to give heaven-sealing sword to her patriarch. Baliutian gave her a sharp look, grinning and gesturing for the divine sword to shoot in his hand. Ha ha ha, yes, you've done great this time, you brought back heaven-sealing sword. See, bright sex barrier will be nothing but paper now. I can blow at them and they'd be crushed. You Your feat is remarkable, ha ha ha. Thank you, Patriarch, for your care. I am grateful. Baliyu cupped her hands, then hesitated. Patriarch can see that my success is due to Zhuofan's cunning plan. He deserves credit for my feat, but he is now imprisoned and cannot bask in Patriarch's blessing. Would it be possible to save him, Patriarch? Waving the sword around to get a feel of it, Lingtian paused and his mood fell. Zhuofan, is it that Qianfan pretender? A Devil Mountain disciple that threatened me and 5 sword kings with our lives got himself caught by some nobodies in the Sea Bright sect? Humph, he's just a joke after all. Patriarch, please, I saw that even in the few times he moved, he's at a soul harmony stage cultivator at least. It's not amazing, but he has guile, though he loves prancing. Baliyu bowed again, pleading, with Sea Bright sect having caught him and I stealing the divine sword, they are sure to take it out on him. I don't know how long he'll last. I just hope Patriarch will lend a hand in teaching Sea Bright sect a harsh lesson. Show Patriarch's might and generosity by nurturing him. By saving his life, it will be 2 birds with 1 stone. He would be in immense gratitude and would swear his life to Patriarch. Lingtian raised an eyebrow and glared at her. Are you telling me what to do? Never. Baliyu shuddered and crawled on the ground. Lingtian mocked. I had you go with him to see through his skills and the limits of Devil Mountain. Now Devil Mountain no longer seems as insurmountable as before. The kid is so weak, of no importance. But Patriarch! Silence! Lingtian roared at her interjection. His eyes were sharp. Baliyu, you're only breaking more rules with your actions. Has it been fun these last few days? You dare argue with me? The only reason I have ignored your repeated disregard is because you brought Heaven's sealing sword. Now leave. Baliyu hesitated, but still pushed on. Patriarch, he may be weak, but just as shrewd as the Prime Minister. He would be a great help to you, Patriarch. The gain of this sword is all due to him. I only ask that Patriarch save his life and inspire him with your favor. Bam! A huge force struck Baliyu and sent her flying through dozens of trees. She landed hard and coughed blood from the impact, but her eyes no longer had anger in them, but stubbornness. Baliyu, I told you to be quiet, but you just won't listen. This is what you get for defying me. Lingtian showed his power. His icy bloodthirst. Baliyu shuddered, her heart tensed. Whoosh! Thunder Sword King flashed between them just then, noticing the situation, and Baliyu, the rough man, could glean on what happened. He bowed to Lingtian and presented a jade slip. Patriarch, Prime Minister sent word. We can start in 10 days. With oppression from all sides, the 4 lands would crumble soon. I know. Lingtian took the jade slip and placed it in his ring after reading it. He then left, though his icy voice still echoed, 10,000 lashes. Make her remember her place. Baliyu bowed and walked to Baliyu and helped her up. Just what happened? Patriarch should be thrilled you brought him Heaven's sealing sword, so why? I asked Patriarch to save the kid, but Patriarch refused, wiping her bloody lips. Baliyu sighed. I thought Patriarch would agree seeing the Heaven's sealing sword in my hand, but... Baliyu complained. Why even bother? Patriarch only wanted to know his limits, and had no other intentions for him. Patriarch had said these days the kid is sly and should be removed if there's a chance. He was waiting on your return before making a decision. With the kid caught, then Patriarch has no fear of Devil Mountain. It's good enough he doesn't kill the kid himself. Why then would you beg him to go? Patriarch wants to kill him? Why? Baliyu jerked with a start. He's no sword king or cultivator in the Genesis stage, but he has amazing talent and bravery. His future is limitless, so why is Patriarch? Baliyu sighed. Patriarch is the strongest man. While he laments how lonely it is at the top, does he really want to be defeated? Humph, you'd best not take his fondness of outsiders like Danqing Shen and Shangguan Feiyun, seriously. Patriarch only saw that they posed no threat to him, while the kid, while you were away, had shaken him up with mere words. The attitude and aura almost had Patriarch soil himself. Even we fell for it. That's why Patriarch was respectful to him, but also on guard. Now, he learned it was nothing more than a ruse, only giving him more reasons to kill the kid. His bluffing now, but his potential is undoubtedly real, and could become a threat. Patriarch isn't about to overlook him. And you say he's skilled in mind games and arts, which makes him that much terrifying. Patriarch looks down on Sword Kings because they can never reach him, not even together. Bailey Jingwei is also ignored, with his sharp mind, because smarts hold no power over true strength. He can kill him whenever. But by being skilled in both aspects, one could rule the world. It would ruin Patriarch's aspirations. The more you begged for the kid, the more his fate was sealed. Patriarch must kill him? Then what do we do? Bali Yu shook, her eyes trembling and her fists clenched. Bailey Yulei frowned. Yu, there's something wrong about you ever since you returned. Why do you care so much about his fate? You've always kept to yourself so far and have killed scores of experts these centuries, without ever flinching. Why then just a few months with that kid had you go against Patriarch for him? Yu. Brother Yulei, I don't want to be lonely. Bali Yu's lower lip quivered, pleading, Brother Yulei, I can't thank you enough for all you've done for me. Now that Patriarch wants to kill him, could you do something to save him? He's sure to be immensely grateful. Bali Yu even kneeled pa. Bailey Yulei clutched her arm and took a deep breath. Yu, you're asking the impossible. Nothing can stop Patriarch from killing someone. Brother Yulei, I beg you. Bali Yu teared up, her face most earnest in her pleas. Bailey Yulei sighed. Get up for now and let me exact your punishment. Just give me time to think about it. Brother Yulei, thank you so much for your help. Bali Yu brightened and smiled regardless of her wounds. Bailey Yulei had a wry smile. Yu, you've really changed. It's good you learned to smile. Chapter 1041, Surrounded. Chapter 1041, Surrounded. Proofreader, Papatonks. 3 days later, the Sea Bright sect was officially at war. All disciples were armed, ready and pumped to fight. They had pills, spiritual weapons, spiritual beasts, everything. With the repeated flashing of the teleportation array, motes of light floated down like stars, illuminating the faces of the other 3 lands' reinforcements. Western Land's disciples had come to realize on that day at that stage that it was Zhuo Fan who had struck last. They hoped to visit him, but with the war upon them, the situation was too dire and they were refused. The best disciple in Western Lands had returned and they wished to bask in his glorious presence, even as a prisoner, especially some of his old pals, wishing to talk about the past. But the martial law in the sect prevented all that. As for the elders, they had never left the main hall. They had been looming over the map of the 5 lands with increasing worry and constantly debating on the right tactic. The enemy was taking them by the storm, with Invincible Sword having already slipped deep into their lands and in hiding. He felt like a hanging axe over their neck. Many experts were left behind so the main base wouldn't fall so quickly. But with the front line having Danqing Shen, the casualties would mount fast. This war was hard, especially being pushed from 2 sides. Bailey Jingwei is a true tactician, having Invincible Sword's team slip into our lands to control our reactions. While they can bide their time, we need to think twice on every action. We can only watch as our front lines get pushed back, watch as death looms ever closer. Lingtian was bleak, looking at the other experts. Do any of you have any ideas? Please share it. Murong Lai shook his head. We're mostly fighting men. Fighting alone is more our style, and we are unaccustomed to such large-scale battles. And there's also Bailey Jingwei manipulating the board from behind. This only makes things worse. Western Lands has a few deep thinkers and men of military expertise. They protect Western Lands' borders, but we didn't bring them. They would surely have a solution. Exalted He Ran spoke with a frown. Ouyang Lingtian nodded. These years the Luo alliance has experienced immense growth with the military clan leading them. The western lands should be under their control, yes, ever since they came in, western land safety has only solidified. Ha ha ha, Exalted by Mei laughed with pride. A shame they're left as western lands defenders. Just one of them coming to northern lands would have been of immense help in making sense on how to counter this grave problem. Bu Xingyun had a wry smile. Exalted by Mei sure is confident in western lands defense. Then when the central area attacks western lands, there'll be no need for our help, yes? You should be able to last for a long time, humph. Exalted by Mei glared at him. Report. A disciple burst in and presented a jade slip, not to sect leader Ling, but to Exalted Double Dragons. Exalted, there's an urgent report. Western lands is in danger. A what? Exalted He Ran snatched the jade slip and gasped. Zither Sword King is marching with his army on western lands. Everyone gasped. How can it be? Does Bailey Jingwei plan on taking 2 lands in this war? Is central area that strong? People, western lands is in peril. Can you? Exalted He Ran cupped his hand with a heavy look. Bu Xingyun scoffed, enjoying his pain. Exalted He Ran, you needn't be hasty. We all know western lands has the most capable Luo alliance tending to its borders. They won't fail. It's best we address northern lands issues first before tending to western lands. You, Exalted He Ran gnashed his teeth and flicked his hand. Inform all of western lands people. We're returning. Exalted, please, we need to stay united. We're not abandoning western lands. Don't listen to sect leader Bu. Ling Yuntian bowed in apology. Exalted He Ran bowed back, looking guilty. Sect leader Ling, I am not so petty. We just can't ignore our home's plight. We can't help northern lands in this, I'm sorry. Once western lands is safe again, we'll be rushing to help northern lands. The 4 lands are of one body, helping each other in need. Ling Yuntian was very courteous. Western lands is in danger, and you should by all right go protect them. Once northern lands is stable, we will provide help. The Exalted Double Dragons bowed once more in gratitude. The people of western lands soon gathered outside the hall, ready to head back. The other 3 landsmen saw them off, but then, another disciple rushed to the elders with a jade slip, bowing to Murong Lai, clan head. Wine Sword Immortal is leading an army for southern lands. Please return and fight him off. Southern lands as well. Murong Lai shook in shock, just as another disciple shot for Shangguan Feixiong with a jade slip. Clan head, Eastern lands reports that Shangguan Feiyun is marching with 3 million strong on our borders. Please make a decision, clan head. Now Eastern lands. Shangguan Feixiong's mouth twitched and paled. Everyone else was looking. Agape northern lands was at war, and now the other 3 lands were engaged in battle as well. What was worse, each front had a Sword King leading them. What's Bailey Jingwei thinking? Is he planning to take all the lands by going all out? Ling Yuntian slumped from the shock. They say Bailey Jingwei is a mastermind of complex plans, subtle and sharp. Why then would he risk so much by attacking with everything and leaving himself open? Central area is now open. Doesn't he fear an attack? Even with Sword Star Empire leading an entire land, it still needs all the manpower it has to war against the other 4. Any unrest in their empire might prove fatal. So why? Everyone was overwhelmed by such a seemingly rash tactic. Shangguan Feixiong sighed. We can talk all we want about his risk, but if we don't do something, it'll be our homes that fall. Sorry, sect leader Ling, we need to defend our homes. Goodbye. We want to help northern lands, but we need to protect our lands. Forgive us. Sect leader Ling, we're friends, but we need to look after ourselves first. Forgive us. Everyone rushed to say their apologies to sect leader Ling and got ready to leave. They had to return home and not dally in another's Lingtian side in defeat. We'll be broken, all of us, if we scatter. Ask yourselves, which land can stand up to Central Area by itself? Northern lands are under the greatest danger of destruction, with invincible sword and 5 sword kings lurking in shadows. We will be the first to fall, followed by everyone else, one by one. We need to stand together and not let him pick us apart. Otherwise it'll only be a matter of who dies last. Sect leader Ling, we understand, but who do we sacrifice? Exalted He Ran looked long at Lingtian. We all know victory comes from unity, while death follows apart, but we have no choice. I'm from Western lands, so of course I think for their safety. Shangguan clanhead is from Eastern lands and wants their best too, and would not agree. Isn't that the same for Northern lands and Southern lands? Bailey Jingwei has given us a very tough problem that no one can address, left to handing a blank paper with no answer. The others could do nothing but cup their hands. Bailey Jingwei is a true mastermind. He can see how weak we are, and even though we gathered to help, it's just a joke now. He is a demon toying with us. Who the hell would sacrifice 3 lands over 1 safety? The others shook their heads, neither wanting to give up their homes and domains. It was like waiting for Central Area to trap them and snuff them out. They sighed powerlessly and in despair. In the end, our fates are in heaven's hands. We can only last as long as we can manage. Maybe one person can solve this. Someone barged into their despairing speech. Everyone turned to Shangguan Feixiong in shock. Who? Gu Yifan. Shangguan Feixiong's eyes flashed. I mean Western Land's best disciple, Zhuofan. He once helped us steal our sword back from Central Area, even clashing with Bailey Jingwei and winning. The only one who can stand up to Bailey Jingwei's sharp mind is him. Chapter 1042, Beseech the Devil. Chapter 1042, Beseech the Devil. Proofreader, Papatongs. All eyes shot in his direction, then agreed after a moment of reflection. They all had first-hand experience of Zhuofan's twisted and insidious mind. The exalted double dragons could be said to take the cake. If there was a prize involved, Zhuofan's skill is unquestionable. He was well known in Western lands back then, even laying the foundation of today's Luo alliance. It's a good thing we can consult him on the 4 lands plight, and we might even make a comeback. Then we should forget our status and seek his counsel. You can't. Lingtian agreed after a pause, with Murong Shui glaring at them in cloying righteous anger. He's an abomination, a herald of calamity. By no means can we hand over command of countless lives to him so he can do what he pleases. It will lead to unspeakable horrors. Lingtian frowned and spoke solemnly. Does Miss Murong have a better idea for our current crisis? Murong Shui could find no words. Lingtian sighed. Miss Murong, forgive an old man's crude words, but what man would care if the water is good or not when thirst has him in a tight grip? As the urgent matters stand, we need someone that can help us overcome this situation. We're at a point when any idea, even rotten, would be better than nothing, regardless of consequences. Miss Murong, we're open to any ideas you might have. But if you have none, I hope Miss won't be so adamant to refuse. Thank you. Lingtian bowed with a cold face, then addressed the rest. Let's go see what solution can the Western Land's best disciple provide. He led the way to the sect dungeon, his eyes gleaming with hope. Murong Shui was the only one left behind in defiance. Still, Shui, the bigger picture takes precedence. Stop only thinking of your biased principles. Murong Lai patted her shoulder with a sigh. Murong Shui was indignant. I'm not biased. The guy's mind is warped. Any plan will be twisted, uncaring for the dangers it might bright or the damage. Just why does sect leader Ling insist on beseeching a devil? In despair, man will take anything, be it from God or a devil. Murong Lai sighed, patted her head and followed after them. Their last hope was Zhuofan, who beat Bailey Jingwei at his own game. They gave little thought to the indignity and cruelty such a plan might involve. Inside his cell, Zhuofan was enjoying his rare moment of bliss. He was meticulous in combing the white hair of his wife, flowing before him like a silver waterfall. Zhuofan smiled, filled with tenderness for the woman. He prompted Xiaoer for an answer. What do you think of your dad's combing this time? Better. Xiaoer giggled with a thumbs up. Zhuofan nodded and said, of course, after 3 days of combing, I've got the hang of it, though even combing forever feels short. I just hope to give your mom the best combing I can before leaving. I wouldn't want to leave in regret. Dad, we'll be getting back from the North Sea safely, don't worry. Xiaoer noticed his worry and soothed him. Zhuofan said, who can tell for certain? It's best to plan ahead. It's because of doing things without a plan last time that I hurt your mom leaving like that. I will think it through now and go without regret, so that if I don't return, I'll leave your mom cared for. Zhuofan's eyes moistened as he looked at Chu Qingqing. Xiaoer shook her head, falling silent. You're a true man, sir. I have seen many demonic cultivators, men that have gone far on the demonic path, betrayers and savages, but none like sir, so intoxicated with love, outdoing many great righteous cultivators too. The 4 Snow Peak elders were touched by his display of affection and sighed, you look nothing like a demonic cultivator. When we heard of your past exploits then see you now, it's like you're a different person. Has Sir relinquished the demonic path, or have you reached a stage beyond our scope? We are simply bemused. Zhuofan sighed, who can say? Emotion is the bane of the demonic path, but in the words of my masters, a checkpoint in the demonic path. So I plunge in head-on, deeper and deeper. Even I have yet to realize just how far gone I am. I may just be walking a new demonic path, though I've only passed the start of it, with no end in sight. Or maybe I've strayed from the path without even knowing it. Sir is of incredible bravery to walk an untraveled road and its dangers. We are in awe. The elders bowed, but taking a new path to its end is bound to bring monumental achievement. We would wish for nothing more than to witness your glory. Zhuofan sighed, the road ahead is obscured. I can't even get my bearings, let alone think of glory. But this path I chose, I will brace myself until the very end. To stay by her side and defeat my enemy, I need to keep going. Zhuofan's eyes shone with conviction and the 4 elders paid their respects again. Bam. The jail door opened and Lingtian's group entered with long faces. The 4 elders glanced over with a frown, even annoyance, at the interference these 3 days. These exceptional experts had been watching Zhuofan and his deep insight in the demonic path. They had casual words exchanged, yet each were entwined with profound truths the elders had come to forget about their guard duty, resolved to expound on Tao and glean many truths and realizations for their souls. Lingtian's arrival was most unwelcomed, carrying with him and his group the rod of the mortal world. The 4 were, understandably, most against it, like how a child was having the sweetest dream getting shaken awake and smelled reality. The 4 elders were the same. The righteous path overcomes the mortal world, and with the debates they held with Zhuofan, they felt they were above mundane and mortal desires. But to be plunged back down in the mortal mire gave a shock to their systems. As Bright Sect's venerables, they knew their sect leader had to have come with real reasons and welcomed him with respect instead of anger. Lingtian was too rushed to notice their change, bowing before Zhuofan. Sir Zhua, I have come today seeking counsel. I know. You do. It's just about that time. Zhuofan smiled, pausing his combing and regarding the agitated old men. Central area's sword star empire must have attacked. Lingtian shook. Sir, how do you know? Isn't it obvious? Sect leader Ling's hasty arrival could only mean real business. If not Heaven's sealing sword, then it's central area related. Not to mention you weren't that distressed even when you lost Heaven's sealing sword. Juefan smirked as he walked closer and sat on a chair a guard freed for him. And lastly, the central area had to have taken such action that even sect leader Ling couldn't cope with, ha ha ha. Everyone's hearts sank, yet their eyes gleamed brighter. Juefan lives up to his name, of incredible mind and foresight. That means he should have a counter for Bailey Jingwei's plan. They all looked eagerly at Juefan like their savior. Shangguan Feixiong was even more excited. Sect leader Ling, didn't I tell you he's a deep thinker? Coming to him for help in this was the best idea. Don't stand around, ask young Master Zhuo for the solution. Chapter 1043 Four Lands Grand Marshal. Chapter 1043 Four Lands Grand Marshal. Proofreader, Papatongs. Right, young Master Zhuo, Central Area's army. Ling Yuntian rushed to bow as he spoke. Juefan dismissed him with a wave. There's no need of that, I already know. Central Area's army is not only attacking northern lands, but the other three lands, a war on all fronts and with no hope in sight. They all shook and stood there in stunned silence as they stared at Juefan. Sir has such a cunning mind. Ling Yuntian's eye twitched, shaken awake, then bowed again. We've only got word of these attacks, yet Sir knows without even looking. Yes, it's as Sir said, Dragon-Cleaving Sword King is leading the attack on northern lands, while the other lands each have a Sword King taking charge of those large armies as well. We can't do anything and can't think of what to do, just come ask for Sir's advice. Juefan smirked. It's quite simple, really, nothing to it. Simple? Everyone twitched, their eyes glazed over in confusion. With this grave danger from being attacked on four fronts, Sir Zhuo thinks it's nothing? Is that just boasting, or does he have some godlike strategy to help us out of this? Everyone was looking incredulous and stunned. He can't be playing with us, can he? Exalted He Ran got caught off guard as well by his boasting. Juefan, you're the pride of Western lands. We all know of your skills, but you can't look at this with such disregard. You need to be serious. Bailey Jingwei himself came up with this plan, the best mind in the central area. There is no room for errors. You need to think things through and come up with a complete response. How to deploy troops, how to repel the enemy, to provide support, to bait the enemy, to charge, all of these need thorough thinking. You are dealing with the most famous mind, and any mistake. Exalted He Ran, you're just enumerating military tactics, but I'm not too familiar with these. If you're after victory, you're welcome to see Luo Yunhai. He's much better than me. Juefan cut him off with a smirk. You know him as Luo clan head, having grown in the military and of deeper knowledge of wars than myself. Exalted He Ran was stumped. I mean, Juefan, don't joke around. Luo Yunhai is a fine man, yes, but if he could fight the shrewd Bailey Jingwei, then the latter wouldn't have put us in such a predicament by going to war on four fronts, so when not even an unbeatable general can handle him, this shows that military tactics have no place here. Juefan smiled. Exalted He Ran, you're already off the minute you thought about scoring victory. This isn't a matter of fighting. They all flinched in bewilderment, with Ling Yuntian cupping his hands. Sir Zhuo, if this is not war, what then? Who is Bailey Jingwei? Central Area's Sword Star Empire Prime Minister. There you have it. Juefan cocked an eyebrow. He's no commander or general, but a prime minister. Is he even thinking about fighting you? He's a politician, doing his very best with leveraging. Murong Lai's brow shook and muttered, how is a politician any different from a commander, now that he directs the central area armies? He's far greedier. Juefan replied, there's no guile without trade, but there's none more cunning than a politician. A commander is always focused on gaining ground, on winning one battle at a time, while a politician is only thinking of fattening his pockets with every action while ignoring the details. He wages war with four lands, but does he really want to fight them all? His true purpose is to scatter you. No matter which land you choose to defend, the other three will be sour, making it easier for them to get the lands. It's a far more effective plan than fighting for every inch of land. In other words, it's a mind game of no consequence how the 4 wars end, while your changing mindset is. They all bobbed their heads, seeing reason. Lingtian bowed again in respect. We've thought of this as well, but with Sir's analysis we came to see how insidious it is. But understanding is one thing, while dealing with it is another. We ask for Sir's advice. Couldn't be easier. If Bailey Jingwei was a nice guy, I'd be stumped as well. However, a guy enacting such a sneaky ploy has no place among the righteous. I can read him like an open book. When he had Bailey Yutian go to northern lands with 5 sword kings, I had it all figured out. Neither of us are nice guys. Only a man of our devious minds can understand the other, he. Zhuofan had a cryptic smile and the other smiled in joy, eager to know what his counter was. Zhuofan chose silence, unnerving them at the worst moment and making these old guys' faces go red and beaming at him with endless hope. Bro, where's the rest? Zhuofan spoke with pride. By the way, we've yet to establish terms. Let's begin, shall we? They all flinched and almost fell. Their faces twitched and faces fell. Oh right, nothing's free in the world. He's certainly not above asking to be paid for his rescue plan. Zhuofan sure knew how to sell himself, showcasing his talent before talking terms. Mentioning them any sooner and the other party would never believe in his skills. Zhuofan led the talks, making it so he was their only hope of survival. They were stuck with him, and as desperate men clinging for any lifeline, they would take his terms without question. Sir Zhuo, we will agree with any terms you might have. Just help us against the Central Area's invasions. Lingtian turned serious as he spoke in earnest. That was all Zhuofan needed to hear, his face beaming. First off, this 5 fronts war shall be under my command with none permitted to interfere. Of course, since only you can handle Bailey Jingwei, we will follow your lead. Everyone gave hasty nods. Second, I want you to vow on your path to look after Qingqing's safety. No matter what happens, you are to protect her and look after her. Well, they looked baffled, with Zhuofan continuing. Anything can happen on the battlefield. At my sudden demise, you can't even look after my family? I can't leave this world knowing my wife isn't taken care of. Vow and I'll be at ease. Oh, I see, sure. They all saw reason, making their vows based on their own path in cultivation. Once a cultivator made such a vow, it was for life. He had to fulfill it or his entire beliefs would crumble along with feeling the wrath of heaven. None would take such a promise lightly, though it was just over some widow. What was the worst that could happen? Only exalted by Mei and exalted He Ran felt their faces heat up. Zhuofan was clearly hinting at them saving Yilin while leaving Chu Qingqing to die mere days before. At the stage, such was their bad luck, as Zhuofan was not around the past years to see how thoughtful they were of Chu Qingqing all this time. Doing this had made it seem that this 5-year-long favor was for nothing. Opportunity is much more praised than prevention. Exalted He Ran sighed. Zhuofan was at ease now that this condition was accepted. He no longer needed to worry about Qingqing's safety when he'd be out at sea. Zhuofan's eyes flashed and said, "Next isn't much of a condition. It's not exactly right for a convict to command the elders' forces of every land. Oh right, we are fully committed to supporting Grand Marshal Zhuo of the 4 lands in defending our homes from invaders. All lands, sects and clans are at your disposal." Lingtian bowed. The rest followed suit. May Sir be appointed as Grand Marshal of the 4 lands to fight back the enemy. In that case, what are you waiting for? Get this Grand Marshal free and out there fighting Bailey Jingwei. Do you expect me to fight him behind bars? Zhuofan cocked an eyebrow and smirked. Qiaoer giggled at the side. The merchant guards bowed with smiles of respect. Sir Zhuo is wise beyond his years. He had no worry of being exposed since he already had everything in control. He's like a god. Chapter 1044. Gotten Too Far. Chapter 1044. Gotten Too Far. Proofreader, Papatonks. Sister Schwer, you can relax knowing my dad, Brother Murong, and everyone else are men with experience in the cultivation world. They've seen it all and aren't about to let some fresh punk delude them. Before the main hall, Murong Shue was still looking distressed and in anger. Ouyang Chongqing tried appeasing her, but the girl of his dreams was most definitely not interested. Western Lands people had long since gathered, waiting on Double Dragon Manor's orders to return and defend home. Northern Land's best disciple words earned their cold glares. Yilin sneered as he mocked him. You sure got a mouth on you. You're not grown up yourself, yet you call another a punk? Yilin, I have beaten you once, best disciple in Western Lands, and I can do it again. Care to try? What's to fear fighting a dumb brat? But get one thing straight, I was the best disciple before, but with my elder brother back, I'm now second. Though I'm more than enough for the likes of you. Then I'll just start the thrashing with you before settling with your convicted elder brother. The best disciple in the land is a crucial part of my future. I'm not about to give it up, Crack. Ouyang Chongqing's knuckles crackled as he made his fist, giving Yilin a cruel smile. Yilin cocked his head, unafraid, smirking as he stepped closer. The two were ready to draw blood. The audience shook their heads, with Murong Shue totally ignoring them. Wu Qingqiu waved his hands, stepping between them with a smile. Little junior brother, we're still guests here and can't start a fight with our hosts. Young Master Ouyang, you're the image of your sect and shouldn't fight with your guests. Both our elders will have to punish you if you go through with this. We're about to part anyway, so can we please not do it with a fight? Let's all go our way on good terms. The two huffed and looked away. Wu Qingqiu shook his head. The others nodded at him. Yilin may be the strongest in Western Lands, but the leadership will fall to Wu Qingqiu with his elegance. He knows how to look at things in perspective. Only his broad mind could keep the peace between the sections. No other disciple was better than him. It might be late for a fight, but we still need to clear some things out. Unable to flex before the girl of his dreams, just because of Wu Qingqiu's smooth words, Ouyang Chongqing grumbled. I'm a reasonable man. I know you think the world of Zhuofan, but isn't it because he's stronger than you? Ha ha ha, I saw it myself, so I know it's true. That is his talent, while his few decades on this earth can't possibly compare to the experience my father and the elders have accumulated. You think he can handle something my dad can't? I only put myself in their stead and called him a punk. What's wrong with that? Wu Qingqiu shook his head. Young Master Ouyang is right, but you fail to understand Brother Zhuo. Only by experiencing his tactics will you realize just how much better he is than many seniors. Why else would sect leader Ling and the others lower themselves to ask for a convict's help? Anyone would try anything when the time is dire. Ouyang Chongqing rolled his eyes. Yilin smirked. Why haven't they come to you then? You, Ouyang Chongqing glared at him in anger. The elders then walked over, having returned from the dungeon. Only this time, they looked much brighter and worry-free. From the time they left, among their starry eyes of hope was Zhuofan holding Chu Qingqing's soft hand and Xiaoer in the other. The elders were even acting like servants, bowing and scraping before Zhuofan like he was their ancestor. The disciples were mind-blown. What just happened? Why is a convict being hailed a hero? The elders are cloyingly nice with him, like they had no dignity to speak of. Ouyang Chongqing gaped there for a while, giving time for Zhuofan's procession to step inside the main hall. Ouyang Chongqing then woke up and rushed to Ouyang Lingtian. Dad, wait, what's going on? Why are you so nice to some punk? Does he have such a brilliant plan to turn things around? Not yet, but soon. Ouyang Lingtian patted his head and rushed inside the main hall. Ouyang Chongqing's face twitched and looked back at the rest of the stunned disciples. The damn punk sure has talent to swindle that many old men. I just can't figure what grand plan he might have to even get my dad, a seasoned cultivator, to follow him around. Just what did he do? Everyone shook their heads. Ha ha ha, I did tell you. There are times when Brother Zhua is shrewder than any elder. Wu Qingqiu proudly said. Ouyang Chongqing was most confused, still in disbelief. A damn brat just hoodwinked a bunch of seasoned old men? They were all grinning from ear to ear, like they just found their lord and savior. How could a brat pull it off? Godlike. Why hasn't Dad ever looked at me like that? Ouyang Chongqing was stumped, while Murong Shui totally blown away. The most she believed was if these elders accepted Zhua Fan's foul plan, the world would be in chaos from his despicable and cruel methods, but now it was way worse. These leaders of their own land had not just accepted his plan, but even worshipped him. Now the damage he'd do would only multiply. Murong Shui caught Murong Lai, who was last to go in, with unease and held his hand. Brother, what's happening? Weren't you all going to ask him for a solution? Why is he out and about? I'd get it if it was his condition, but why are you all acting? Swear, you weren't there so you don't know. We've sorely underestimated him. Murong Lai took a deep breath. Murong Shui said, Brother, what does that mean? His mind is sharp and astute, his plans sublime, inhumane even. I am of firm belief, he may be the only one in the lands that can stand up to Bailey Jingwei. Murong Lai looked ecstatic. We had yet to explain Bailey Jingwei's actions to him, yet he already foresaw it. We ourselves just became aware of this, but he already knew. Isn't that divine? That's why we discussed having this danger on the lands averted, making him the four lands Grand Marshal, in control of everything. Everyone will heed his orders, including us. A what? Everyone around gasped and began whispering. Grand Marshal of the Four Lands, equal to becoming the ruler of them all. And he can deploy anyone? Yeah, it's that simple, but in times of war, we need him to resolve this crisis. Looking at them so shocked, Murong Lai waved his hand. This is the situation. Now I need to go in and discuss further matters. For once, Shangguan clan head's choice truly lives up to the hype, ha ha ha. Murong Lai slipped inside the main hall, leaving all these people behind to process such explosive news with dumb looks. Wu Qingqiu was the first to come to, looking at his fellow disciples, Yi Lin and at Ouyang Chongqing. See? This is the power of the best disciple in Western lands. While we are squabbling over who is the best disciple in the alliance, he already took control of the Four Lands, becoming their Grand Marshal. The elders are even following his orders. This is the gap between us. We are his peers yet left in the dust, so far behind we can't even see him. Everyone bobbed their heads, then shook it in helplessness. The more behind they were in regards to that monster, the more despair they felt. The most prideful man ever, Ouyang Chongqing, felt the sting. Much deeper than the rest, that you're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.